we are going to take a look at certain topics on international relations, which are adjusted by how these things. Yesterday only we had seen some developments between international relations in Iran and Israel, and the compounding of the war in West Asia. Okay, so things are getting more and more complicated by day, and to take a look at the live acts of what is happening. So the war is getting more complicated in terms of the involvement of Iran more actively in the Palestine conflict. You can see Netanyahu sitting in the middle. Okay, so in um, getting an understanding of this part, which is related with the international relations, we were dealing yesterday with what is known as the Indo-Pacific. And just to wrap this up, we have, for example, with the Indo-Pacific, we have completed the understanding upon what is known as Quad, AUKUS, Quad, AUKUS, and then we'll have taken a look at what is known as the PGII, and we have taken a look at the IPEF. These are the 4 points that we have covered thus far with regard to the Indo-Pacific, right? These are the 4 areas which we have been able to cover in the Indo-Pacific: Quad plus AUKUS plus PGII plus the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework. The last 2 things that I can cover right now, very simply. First of all, we can take a look at what is known as the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership. We're looking at what is called the RCEP, Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership. In the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, the RCEP, we are getting a sense that it is what you can call just a very quick kind of a revision of this entire thing. If you take a look at the RCEP, it's a free trade agreement. Very openly, it is presented as a free trade agreement. Right, an FTA, the RCEP, and in addition to being a free trade agreement, the RCEP also, in a way, is the largest free trade agreement in the world by volume, meaning the amount of GDP that is covered in the countries who are members of the RCEP, it is making it the largest free trade agreement in the world, and it is entirely led by China. It's an agreement entirely led by the People's Republic of China, PRC. Okay, so you have the bit of a context on the free trade agreement. You have the it is a free trade agreement. It is the largest free trade agreement in the world, entirely led by the People's Republic of China. I think the Chinese are the ones which are responsible for it, and it was signed on in 2020, meaning launch year of the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership is 2020. Okay, take a look at the point number D, composition. The membership of RCEP is easy to understand. Number one, you have People's Republic of China, PRC. Number two, you have South Korea. Number three, you have Japan. Number four, you have Australia. And number five, you have New Zealand. And in addition to this, you have 10 ASEAN nations. All the 10 ASEAN nations that we discussed yesterday are a member of the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, right? So this is the data that we want to in a way understand about what is known as the RCEP. Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership is a free trade agreement which is also called the largest free trade agreement in the world, entirely led by the People's Republic of China. It was signed in 2022 and 20, and which was also the launch year for the RCEP. The composition of RCEP includes the People's Republic of China, South Korea, Japan, Australia, and New Zealand. These are the countries which are members of the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership. Okay, so this is a basic kind of a thing about RCEP, and in addition to this, you can take a look at something also which is important to understand that India was part of the negotiations India was a part of the negotiations in the RCEP, but did not finally join the RCEP. India was a part of the negotiations in RCEP, but India has not finally or formally joined the RCEP. So this is a bit of a point that you can understand with regard to the point. So as you can see that in the Indo-Pacific, the competition that is happening currently is in this kind of a categorization. You have the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership RCEP versus what you can call the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, the IPEF. Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership RCEP versus what is called the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework IPEF. These are the what you can say items that you can take a look at in terms of getting a sense of this entirely are the ways in which this particular activity is associated with itself, right? So the domination of the Indo-Pacific by the Chinese and the Americans are kept on the basis of these frameworks, the RCEP and the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework. Clear? Okay. Now, in addition to the RCEP, we can take a look at a few of the free trade agreements that India has signed very quickly, because these are going to be important for us with regard to our prelims examination. Okay, so this is a nice article which is covered in the Hindu, which has given a list of all the free trade agreements that India has signed in the recent years. Okay, and this will work a very good way in terms of understanding the subject of international relations from the prelims perspective, right? So what we are seeing basically is on the basis of this recent point that the most recent free trade agreement that India has signed. Now I want you to have your pen and paper ready and to be able to take some short notes, details, and facts with regard to the prelims questions and answers on the free trade agreements. Okay, just take a look at this. India signed a trade and economic partnership (TEPA) with the four-nation non-EU European bloc of Iceland, Norway, Liechtenstein, and Switzerland. The agreement that was completed after 21 rounds of talks and began in 2018 had been suspended between 2013 to 2023. The agreement included a chapter on investment promotion with the EFTA countries, promising $100 billion investments in 15 years as long as the high GDPs and other economic factors remain. On intellectual property right, India rejected a push for data exclusivity, which could have raised prices for the generic pharma in India. It also included a chapter on human rights and sustainable development. There is more of our coverage of the EFTA, etc., etc. So you get a sense of how we are looking at the what you can call the movement of signing free trade agreement, which is known as the Trade and Economic Partnership Agreement, with a four-nation non-European Union bloc of Iceland, Norway, Liechtenstein, and Switzerland. So these are the four countries with which we have currently entered into an FTA. And the figure that you have to understand with regard to this FTA is that these countries are promising worth 100 billion worth of investment in 15 years as long as high GDPs and other factors remain. Okay, so this is the first one that we will take a look at, which is the most recent one, which India has signed with the countries over here. So we'll take a look at, for example, pen and paper ready, please. The India-European Free Trade Agreement, Free Trade and Economic Partnership, is the latest in India's recent free trade agreements. As its name suggests, the thrust of the FTA is a deeper economic engagement with EFTA, which is the European Free Trade Association. You see, so we get a sense of what this is happening over here. You have the European Free Trade Association, which is a group of countries including Switzerland, Norway, Iceland, and Liechtenstein. It heralds the Westworld tilt of India's FTAs being the first with any European country and the Western world, right? So that's basically the point about it. Now I'm going to leave it for you to take a look at and extract the information that you think is going to be relevant with regard to the prelims examination. Please take a look at it clearly and categorically to draw the information out of this, which is important from the perspective of the prelims examination class. Please. India-EFTA. EFTA stands for European Free Trade Association, which includes Switzerland, Norway, Iceland, and Liechtenstein. The India-EFTA Free Trade Agreement, which is known as a Trade and Economic Partnership, is latest in India's recent FTAs. As its name suggests, the thrust of the FTA is deeper economic engagement with the EFTA countries. It heralds the westward tilt of India's FTAs, being the first with any European country and the Western world. Okay. Do you see the point? Now, what does this mean? The successful conclusion of an FTA with developed countries, including Switzerland and Norway, is a significant positive signal to the world, showcasing India's firm commitment to trade liberalization at a time of rising protectionism across both developed and developing countries. For trading partners, an FTA with India is very attractive since it represents surpassing India's high tariff walls to access a large market. The TEPA negotiations started almost 15 years back. However, these were rapidly concluded in the last few months, close on the heels of the swift conclusion of FTAs with Australia and UAE. The FTAs with the UK and EU are also reportedly at an advanced stage. So, in total, we can take a look at what are known as 5 FTAs that currently India is most prominently in alignment with. Okay, one is, of course, the one with the EFTA countries, right? And second is one with the UK. In fact, one second. If you take a look at the status of free trade agreements, that India is currently positioned at from the prelims perspective, we can take a look at the India EFTA agreement. Then we can look at the conclusion of India Australia agreement, India Australia FTA, and when we can take a look at India UAE FTA. These are the three agreements which we are going to take a look at from the perspective of the free trade agreements: India EFTA, India Australia, and India UAE FTA. Okay, and in addition to this, we will take a look at the agreements which are currently still under negotiations. You have the India European Union FTA, India EU FTA, and you have India UK FTA. These are also two free trade agreements which are also currently under negotiations, right? So overall, the information base for what we can understand as the free trade agreements is going to be populated by this kind of a structure. Okay, now we're going to read in detail about the India EFTA. So just please keep your points open about this. The successful conclusion of an FTA, TAPA sets out a target of $100 billion of investments into India from EFTA countries and consequent 1 million jobs over a 15-year period. It also provides India the ability to withdraw its tariff concessions if such expected investment is not achieved. A closer look at the legal text reveals that for the promised investments and jobs to materialize, two conditions need to be met. India is growing at a fast rate of 9.5%, and the return on the EFTA investments in India exceeding 16% annually over the 15-year timeline. If not, both sides may lower their level of ambitions. If India is not satisfied, it can pull back its tariff concessions in a proportionate manner after 18 years. The investment chapter is not subject to dispute resolution and is overall a statement of positive intent, and its benefits will be dependent on the private sector's responsiveness to the TEPA. You can read this very simply. It's a very easy chapter to read. Just take a look at the paragraph over here and get a sense of what we're trying to say through the TEPA and what are the expectations which have been set out for each other. Class, I hope that you're able to pull out the information which is important for the prelims examination over here. India is looking for an investment of $100 billion over a 15-year period. And if this kind of an investment does not come to India, then India can lower the rate at which India is going to conduct its free trade possibilities with the countries. So the idea is very simple, that just to understand this very simply, you have the 4 European countries which have joined the EFTA. Now, with regard to these 4 European countries, the attraction that India offers is a huge consumer market. Right? This is the attraction that is there with regard to the consumer market that European countries have located in India. Now, with regard to the consumer market, if you are going to promise, let's say for example, a reduction, if India promises reduction in tariff rates the supply of these commodities into India becomes cheaper, which means that the industries in these four European countries, they are at a point at which they will benefit by selling it to the Indian market. But at the same point of time, in return, what India has also asked these countries is to make an investment worth $100 billion into India over a period of 15 years. Okay. The condition of India giving access to these European countries of its market is to ensure that the European countries invest $100 billion over a period of 15 years. And this is basically the way that this FTA is done. Of course, the condition of this FTA, the condition which is attached with this FTA is very simple, that both countries growth rate has to remain beyond a threshold. To achieve this execution, this is the condition which has been taken by both the countries with regard to the FTAs, right? So I hope that you understand the point that I'm trying to make via this FTA. You have, for example, again, TAPS sets out a target of 100 billion investments into India from EFTA countries and consequent 1 million jobs over 15-year period. It also provides India the ability to withdraw its tariff concessions if such expected investments are not achieved. A closer look at the legal text reveals that for the promised investments and jobs to materialize, two conditions need to be met. India growing at a fast rate of 9.5% and return on the EFT investment in India exceeding 16% annually over the 15-year timeline. If not, both sides may lower their level of ambitions. If India is not satisfied, it can pull back its tariff concessions in a proportionate manner after 18 years. The investment chapter is not subject to dispute resolution and is overall a statement of positive intent. Its benefits will be dependent on the private sector's responsiveness to the TEPA. Class, so I just want you to take a look at this particular paragraph again. If there's going to be a question from the India-European FTA, it is going to be drawn from this paragraph. I hope that you can take a look at all this information properly and record it. Okay. The chief gain here is the EFTA's market, which can have more access to India due to tariff concessions. India is mandated to eliminate tariff on most products within 7 to 10 years. This will benefit the EFTA exports on seafood like tuna and salmon, fruits like olives and avocados, coffee capsules, oils like cod liver and olive oil, and a variety of sweets and processed foods, including chocolate and biscuits. Also covered are smartphone, bicycle parts, medical equipment, clocks, and watches. Many medicine, dyes, textiles, apparels, iron and steel products, and most machinery. Additionally, tariffs on cut and polished diamonds will be reduced from 5% to 2.5% in 5 years. For wines, India has extended tariff cuts as follows. Wines priced between $5 less and $15 will see a duty reduction from 150% to 100% in the first year, which will then increase gradually to over 50% over the next 10 years. For wines costing $15 or more, the initial duty cost is from 150% to 75%, eventually reducing to 25% after 10 years. Okay. Just take a look at this note. Class, you'll have to find a way to extract this out and keep a set of notes for yourself on this one. right? So this is basically the whole idea about what is known as the India European Union, European countries free trade partnership. Okay, now we take a look at what is known as the India UAE. This is what is known as a Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, CEPA. The Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement between India and the UAE. This is slightly of a old news. This happened in 2022. You can see the Ministry of Commerce and Industry here signing the agreement with the counterpart of the UAE. Right? And if you take a look at this, the government of India and UAE inked a trade pact known as the Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, the CEPA. During a virtual summit led by Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Crown Prince of Abu Dhabi Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, the agreement came after a fast-tracked 3-month negotiation between the Indian and the UAE teams. India has been a part of the global trade organizations like the WTO, but this latest trade pact is unique and has broader implications. Okay, take a look at this. The Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement (CAPA) is a bilateral trade pact that will cover over a period of time 95% of the Indian exports, said Commerce Secretary. This will include leather, processed agriculture and dairy products, handicrafts, gems and jewelry, furniture, pharmaceutical, foods and beverages, engineering products, and nearly the entire spectrum of items produced by the Indian economy. Apart from the goods sector, it will also include the services sector. Indian officials said that they expect the services sector to boom by $15 billion in the coming 5 years. Okay, so this is a little bit of a factual point on what is known as the India-UAE FTA, which was signed in 2022. Right? This is going to be again a part of the free trade agreements that India has signed. The name of the agreement is Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, CEPA. Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, CEPA. Right? This kind of an activity was also something that emerged from the India-UAE FTA Western Chord, which later came to be known as the I2U2. So we'll just take a little bit of a look at this particular activity, but just to make sure that you get a sense of the India-UAE FTA. Okay, that's the second point. Okay. After this, we have a very slight take a look at what is known as the India-Australia FTA. The name of the India-Australia Free Trade Agreement is what is known as Economic Cooperation and Trade Agreement, ECTA, right? ECTA, India-Australia Economic Cooperation and Trade Agreement, right? This agreement has already been signed by the two countries. So you have the India-Australia Economic Cooperation and Trade Agreement already signed, and is it in imposition already? So this agreement has become active since 29 December 2022, right? Okay. The next thing that we can take a look at is what you can call India-European Union Trade Agreement, which is kind of stuck in some negotiations. So currently it has not been taken into a kind of a structure. But within the India-European Union activities, you already have, let's say for example, something that we can take a look at, which is known as a Trade and Technology Council. This is what we can take a look at slightly. EU sets up a Trade and Technology Council with India after similar partnership with the US. This is of a news of February 7, 2023. Okay, so just take a look at this. India and European Union on Monday announced setting up of a new TTC that is expected to facilitate exchange of critical technologies relating to an array of domains, including artificial intelligence, quantum computing, semiconductors, and cybersecurity. The TTC with India is the European Union's second such technology partnership after the first one with the United States that was formed up in 2021. The TTC is a strategic coordination mechanism that will allow both partners to tackle challenges at the nexus of trade, trusted technology, and security, and thus deepen cooperation in these fields between India and the European Union. Under the TTC, three working groups have been established. The first working group is on strategic technologies, digital governance, and digital connectivity, while the second one will cover green and clean energy technologies. The third working group is on trade, investment, and resilient value chains. The TTC will be co-chaired on the Indian side by the Ministries of External Affairs, Commerce and Industry and Communications, Electronics and Information Technology. Right. So this is basically what we are going to take a look at with regard to the Trade and Technology Council, which is a part of the India EU FTAs. Now, India EU FTA has currently not been given any kind of a materialization, so we will not take a look at that. But with regard to India EU relations, one of the important things that we can take a look at is the Trade and Technology Council, TTC. Just let me give you a little bit of an understanding of how the TTC works. Trade and Technology Council. Now, basically, what happens in a TTC is something like this. Let's imagine, for example, you have India on one hand and you have European Union on the other. Now, the idea is that European Union is willing to, let's say, for example, transfer technology to India. Right? This is basically done specifically to create a kind of a technology transfer activity. So the European Union is willing to transfer certain technologies to India. But for example, some of the issues that are happening when European Unions are transferring technologies to India is number one, for instance, that India is in a way, what you can say, not adherent to the IPR laws of Europe. Okay, or let's say for example, there are certain cases in which some complaints are made about reverse integration of technology. So when European Union is going to transfer technology to India, this kind of a technology transfer will be channeled through what is known as a TTP. It's going to be a body of members from both sides. who will maintain certain protocols to govern the technology transfer. Okay, please take a look at this. A Trade and Technology Council, a TTC, basically implies that while European Union is transferring technology to India, this kind of a transfer of technology that is made to India by the European Union is going to be made by a TTC. So, for example, if some kind of an artificial intelligence technology is being transferred from European Union to India, and there are certain laws that the European Union wants India to adhere while the use of that technology, those laws and protocols would be made by the TTC and would be enforced and supervised by the TTC. So, what European Union wants to do is it wants to transfer technology to India, but it wants to transfer technology to India on the basis of certain protocols and certain ideas, certain concepts and certain norms which have to be followed by the countries uh, who are receiving technology. So that's basically the whole, what you can call, thrust of a Trade and Technology Council, a TTC, in that sense, right? And that is one of the most important things that have happened between European Union. Still in the part of the current updates, in fact, in the last year prelims question, there was a point about the TTC. Okay, again, take a look at this part on the newspaper. India and European Union on Monday announced setting up of a new TTC that is expected to facilitate exchange of critical technologies relating to an array of domains including artificial intelligence, quantum computing, semiconductors and cybersecurity. The TTC with India is the European Union's second such technology partnership after the first one with US that was firmed up in June 2021. The TTC is a strategic coordination mechanism that will allow both partners to tackle challenges at the nexus of trade, trusted technology, and security, and thus deepen cooperation in these fields between India and the EU. Under the TTC, three working groups have been established. Okay, so you will take a note of these two parts, please, class. These two parts you will have to take a note of in your current updates notebooks. There are what you can call the three working groups under the TTC. First working group is on the strategic technologies, digital governance, and digital connectivity. Second working group will cover green and clean technologies. And the third working group is on trade, investment, and resilient value chains. You will have to take a note of this, please, in terms of understanding the questions that can come from the Trade and Technology Council. Okay, and in addition, you will have to take a look at the supervisory activities. So, will be chaired by Ministry of External Affairs, Commerce and Industry, and Communication, Electronics and Information Technology. Right. So this is what basically we can understand as a Trade and Technology Council, TTC. Right. That's basically about the FTAs. UK FTA, I don't think is going to be any kind of a question, so I'm not going to delve in that. If you take a look at the prelims paper, Yesterday we had again another question that we could have taken a look at yesterday with regard to the prelims paper included again what is known as the Donbass region. Right now, you know for a fact that Donbass region is neither in Syria, nor in Ethiopia, nor in North Yemen, because Donbass region currently lies in Ukraine. So again, just a kind of a reflection of the map-based questions which were coming in this particular area for a kind of a understanding and completion. Take a look at this question. Statement 1. Is a question on Trade and Technology Council TTC. Now we have known, for example, that the only country with which the European Union has established a TTC apart from India is the United States of America. You see, so you have a question on the Trade and Technology Council over here. Okay, so we are going to possibly expect a question on the TTC again, especially coming with regard to the Indian side. Okay, so that's about the FTAs. The points that I'm trying to make on FTAs are going to be on India-EFTA, India-Australia, India-UAE, giving you a sense of India-EUFTA, which is only TTC is operational right now. Since this is in kind of a negotiatory state, you will not expect questions like that. So just keep an eye out on these questions with regard to the free trade agreements, and you get a sense of how these free trade agreements are associated with regard to the current updates on these particular questions, right? Okay, all right. Now we can move on to another organization which I was meaning to discuss somewhat importantly, which is known as the I2U2. Okay, this is what basically sometimes also known as the Eastern Quad, or what is known as Quad for West Asia. Eastern Quad is basically the concept of Middle East. So you can call it either Middle Eastern Quad or the Quad for the West Asia. I2U2. Okay, so just to give you a brief understanding of what the I2U2 is and how this kind of an activity is running out. I2U2, of course, as you can understand from the name itself, the composition of the organization is simple to understand. The I2U2 is basically an organization which is composed of India, Israel, UAE, and USA. These were the four, what you can say, these are the four countries which are members of the I2U2: India, Israel, UAE, and USA. Clear? That's the first part. Okay, the second part says that the I2U2 is an organization which is not a security alliance. Okay, so unlike what is known as the quadrilateral security dialogue in the Indo-Pacific, which could possibly have some elements of a security alliance, I2U2 is not a security alliance. Okay, I2U2 is basically an alliance which is targeted at one particular aspect, which is food security. The most important activity that the I2U2 is currently engaged itself in is food security. Now, the idea is very simple. As we had taken a look yesterday, that since Russia and Ukraine, which were the largest food exporters to the world, they have in a way been pushed out of the supply chain because of the problem which is happening at the Black Sea. With the absence of Russia and Ukraine in the what you can say supply chain has created global disturbances with regard to food prices. And as I have mentioned before, that there are certain countries which are specifically slightly problematic about their food securities. Countries who cannot grow their own food necessarily have to depend upon other countries to import their own food. So that's basically a problem with countries, for example, like UAE and even Israel to some extent, who do not have an ability to grow their own food internally, right? So if you take a look at, for example, the concept of the question of the I2U2. I2U2 was an organization created in 2022, and the specific aim of that organization was to get Israel and UAE in a kind of a coming together with each other. And since both of them are kind of problematic states with each other, as Arabs and Jews are fighting in the Middle Eastern region, the preceding activity that happened before the I2U2 is what is known as the Abraham Accords, right? You also have a question on Abraham Accords that came in the UPSC last year. Abraham Accords, as the name suggests, is a kind of a what you can call truce between the Arab states, and Abraham Accords is a kind of a truce between the Arab states and the what you can call Israel, uh, suggesting Abraham as the common figure from which both these kind of people have emerged. So Abraham Accords was a US led kind of a cooperation framework which was initiated by Donald Trump to create some kind of a peace and stability in the Indo-Pacific region. It was a US led cooperation framework to create peace and stability in the West Asian region, between the Israelis and the Arabs, Abraham Accords, right? And the most important country to become a part of the Abraham Accord was indeed uh, Israel and UAE. Right, so it was a kind of a agreement to work in a cooperated manner to be able to secure yourself initially, very clearly. But a lot of speculations around Abraham Accord suggested that it was the it was a temporary alliance between the USA, Israel, and the Arab world to to collectively uh, corner Iran and not let develop their nuclear abilities. So this was also sometimes suspected as a kind of a logic of the Abraham Accords, that in Abraham Accords these countries came together with each other specifically to get one kind of a situation very clearly handled. That is that the rise of Iran as a prominent power in the Indo-Pacific region, in the West Asian region, has to be countered before anything else can be problematically solved, right? So the Jews and the Arabs wanted to bury the hatchet about the dispute in the West Asian region, and they wanted to create a situation in which they can all create a kind of a temporary alliance between themselves to ensure that they could create a kind of a collective action against Iran one way or the other, and especially not allow Iran to develop nuclear abilities, because as everyone understands today, the most important point in Iranian foreign policy is its aspiration to develop nuclear weapons. right? So it was the Abraham Accords which actually put out a kind of a collection of the global West Asian countries against Iran, led by the USA, Donald Trump, who wanted to seek this kind of a movement to initiate a kind of a activity against the Iranians. So just take a look at what is the name of the concept of Abraham Accords. Okay, this is again a current update item, September 21, 2023, 3 years of the Abraham Accords. The agreement between Israel, Bahrain, and the UAE has improved not just regional ties but also brought about better opportunities for Indians. Take a look at this. This week marks an important milestone for West Asia and North Africa. 3 years since the signing of the Abraham Accords between Israel, UAE, and Bahrain under the auspices of the US government. 3 months later, in December 2020, Morocco joined the process, signing a normalization agreement with Israel. The catalyst that enabled these historic accords was the decision by the parties to promote a stable future for the West Asian region. The agreement have ushered in a new era of normalization and peace that not only connects governments but also brings people together despite the differences in their language, religious belief, culture, and more. Now, just this article was written before the October 7 incidents in Palestine, which has thrown West Asia again in the middle of a conflict. The Abraham Accords have also opened up exciting opportunities for India and its thriving business community, which maintains strong relations and active engagement with our nations. So far, the Abraham Accords have offered a mere glimpse of into the full potential of regional cooperation. Even so, the scope of trade between Israel and other West Asian countries increased 74% between 2021 and 22. Another example is tourism, mostly non existent in the past, which has skyrocketed. In 2021, visits from Israel to the UAE increased by 172%. Meanwhile, the number of Israelis flying to Bahrain since the establishment of direct flights has increased exponentially. Right. So, this is basically what we are taking a look at. That the precursor to what is known as the I2U2 is the Abraham Accords, and the what you can call the logic of the Abraham Accords is to ensure that the West Asian countries, with the long-standing dispute between the Jews and the Arabs, is put to some kind of a restraint, right? So, if you want to take a look at the composition of what the Abraham Accords is, the mediation is provided by the USA, okay, or you can say the initiation is provided by the USA, Donald Trump, and the countries which have signed the Abraham Accord are Israel, UAE, Bahrain, and later Morocco has also joined the Abraham Accords. Okay, so Abraham Accords are kind of a coming together the Jews and the Arabs to create a kind of a peace activity between themselves and to kind of suspend the activities of violence, specifically with the intention of countering the NATO. That's the number one objective of the Abraham Accords, right? So you have a question on Abraham Accords again in the UPSC question paper this time in 2023. And that is why you can see that I2U2 as an organization is a kind of a clear subsequence or a kind of a consequence of the Abraham Accords, because the two parties which are participating in the I2U2 are obviously Israel and UAE. So it has to be the case that first Israel and UAE had to solve their previous disputes with regard to the Arab and Jews and Palestinian issues, etc., which they had done through the Abraham Accords. Take a look at this question also. This is a question again which makes a reference to the Swift technology. Question number 72. It talks about the Swift systems, right? So it's more or less predictable the kind of questions that you will get because of the relevance of these questions in the news items this time. So the statement number one is correct. For digital currency transactions, you don't need a Swift system because Swift system is generally created in a kind of a, a kind of a over the top transactional system in which this kind of an activity can happen. Right, so you have questions on these things that we have discussed. You will see likelihood of these questions coming in the 2024 prelims examination also. Looking for the question on Abraham Accords. Just 1 second. Yeah, take a look at this. This is the question that came last year. Israel has established diplomatic relations with some Arab states. Arab peace initiative mediated by Saudi Arabia was signed by Israel and Arab League. Right. So this is Israel has established diplomatic relations with some Arab states. This is basically the correct statement, which is talking about the Abraham Accords. Right. So that's the point that we are going to take a look at with regard to this. Okay. Now, when we come to the next point after the Abraham Accords, we have the inclusion of what is known as the question of food security. Right. Now, that's what I'm going to take a look at specifically. By the problems that are happening between Russia and Ukraine, okay, so we have seen, for example, a question like this in the last year civil services paper. Statement number 1, you can take a look at this from the 2023 paper. Israel has established diplomatic relations with some Arab states. This was a question in the UPSC paper last year, and the name of this kind of a diplomatic relation was under the concept of Abraham Accords. The Arab states with which Israel has established diplomatic relations under the Abraham Accords is the question of what you can call Israel has established diplomatic relations with Arab states like Bahrain, like UAE, and you have Morocco. So these are the four states which have come under the auspices of Abraham Accords led by the USA. Right. So that's basically what we are going to take a sense of. I'm just pointing out to you a question that was asked by the UPSC in the last year paper, which is Israel has established diplomatic relations with some Arab states. The statement number one is correct. And how do you know that statement is correct? Because it is what is called the Abraham Accords. Clear? Now, once Israel had created a bit of a diplomatic arrangement with the Arab states, right? The diplomatic truce, as you can call it. The diplomatic truce between Israel and Arab states. This eventually led to what you can call the creation of I2U2 directly. And the reason that the I2U2 was created was very simple, that USA plus India are large producers of food. Let's say, for example, wheat. Both USA and India are large producers of wheat. Okay. Countries like Israel plus UAE, and especially UAE, are importers of food. USA plus India are large producers of food, and Israel plus UAE are large importers of food. And therefore, what you see in a kind of a understanding of I2U2 is basically the ability for countries like Israel plus UAE to ensure food security amid global uncertainty. This is basically the what you can call the objective of the I2U2. If you have to give it a very simple kind of a paragraph framework, the ability for countries like Israel plus UAE who do not have a kind of a food assurance to ensure for themselves food security amid a global uncertainty. As we had seen yesterday, that the blockade which was imposed at the Black Sea by the UAE, by the Russia and Ukraine war, had eventually led to a food problem for countries like UAE. And since we don't know when the Black Sea is going to open up, or when the war is going to end, or when the conditions of the Black Sea are going to become more convenient, UAE and Israel and other countries, for example, Indonesia, etc., they have to find alternate ways to procure their food. They can't rely upon their traditional suppliers of food, as the Russia-Ukraine war has set many things into a bit of a change, right? So, what basically we see in the formation of what is known as the I2U2 is the ability for the countries like Israel and UAE. Now, Israel and UAE come with two special activities. Israel has a lot of agro technology, right? Meaning it is a huge producer of agro technology, agricultural based technology. On the other hand, UAE has a lot of capital. So the idea is basically this for regard to the I2U2, that Israel plus UAE, since both these countries are now connected with each other under what are known as the Abraham Accords, they are going to provide, let's say for example, to India. Israel will provide agro technologies, Israel will provide agro technologies to India, and UAE will provide capital to India. What does India have? India have a large agricultural base, right? So India is obviously a very heavy agricultural country. We have huge amounts of land with regard to feeding our people. So the agricultural land which is controlled by India currently can be used by India, but we don't have the capital or the technology in these areas. So under the I2U2, the concept is to give India capital and technologies. Under the I2U2, the concept is to give India capital and technology to create a kind of an agricultural base for itself, right? And by giving capital and technologies, Israel are going to host their imports of agriculture from India. So if you can own agri businesses in India and if you can make them more technologically proficient, then Israel and UAE are looking for India to fill in the gap which has been created recently into their food supplies because of the Russia-Ukraine war. And that is why exactly immediately after the Russia-Ukraine war, you see the formation of the I2UT. I2U2 in a way follows the creation of what is known as the Abraham Accords. Right, the Abraham Accords, as we have understood, is the coming together diplomatically of countries like Israel and UAE, Bahrain and Morocco, for the first time creating a bit of a stability between the Jews and the Arabs. God knows what will happen to that entirely now. And second, we see that because of the Russia-Ukraine war, the countries like Israel and UAE who feel a kind of a food insecurity want to now develop their food parks, capital intensive food parks, technological based food parks in countries like India, which have a huge potential in agricultural innovation, right? And therefore agri based startups, etc., are being funded by these countries under what is known as the I2U2 framework, right? And of course this entire framework, because to keep Israel and UAE together you need the cementing force of USA, so it also has USA in itself. And also the fact that USA is present in the I2U2 makes sure that USA itself, being a huge producer of food, can also be one of the countries which could help these two countries get a sense of their food security. Okay, so what we heard last time with regard to I2U2 was that UAE, meaning one event which has happened under I2U2, is that UAE has committed and in an investment of $2 billion. UAE has committed an investment of $2 billion in the in developing food parks in India. Do you see it? UAE has committed an investment of $2 billion in developing food parks in India. That's what basically we have seen with regard to the creation of the I2U2. So this is the current update on the I2U2 framework. You already have a question on the I2U2 in the main examination 2022. 2022 के main examination में I2U2 पे question था. 2023 के prelims examination में Abraham Accords पे question है. So you can get a same kind of a similar question on the I2U2 in the prelims examination, right? So that's basically what we are going to take a look at. This is the last current update on the I2U2. UAE to invest $2 billion to develop integrated food parks across India. Okay, what is the major objective of an organization like the I2U2? The major objective of an organization like the I2U2 is to ensure food security for countries like Israel and UAE who have come together under the Abraham Accords because of the problems that are arising by the geopolitical uncertainty of the food supply as Russia and Ukraine and Black Sea region are choked up. Right, that's basically the objective of the I2U2, and current update on the I2U2 is what you can see over here. So you can see the leaders of Israel and USA in a virtual summit with the leaders of India and UAE, and this is basically, you take a look at the development of the I2U2. UAE will invest $2 billion to develop a series of integrated food parks across India under the framework of I2U2. The decision was announced after the leaders of the groupings held their first virtual summit. A joint statement said that I2U2 leaders meeting focused on food security crisis and clean energy, and they discussed innovative ways to ensure longer term, more diversified food production and food delivery systems. Right? This is what you have to take an understanding of. So, class, I hope that you have taken a set of notes on these materials as we're discussing about the I2U2. Right? Class, are we clear about this? Are you getting a sense of this I2U2 and how what you have to write? Very simple organization. Israel, UAE, USA and India to create food security, especially for Israel and UAE. And in turn, India gets investment and technologies from these countries, creating a kind of a holistic movement of economic activities with regard to food production. That is basically what we can understand as the I2U2 framework. So of course, Vivek, I understand your question. Yes, the fact is we are taking foreign investment to develop food parks, right? If UAE is going to develop food parks over here, of course, in future we have imposed a overall export ban upon wheat. But if you notice, currently even today, India is providing wheat to a lot of countries. So एक overall ban लगा हुआ है, लेकिन उस बैन के बीच में बहुत सारे कार्व आउट्स हैं. हमेशा इसी तरह से होता है कि सैंक्शन लगा दिए, लेकिन सैंक्शन के बीच में आपने ये कार्व आउट और वो कार्व आउट लगा रखा है. सो that kind of an activity is still happening, in which the government of India is still exporting wheat to countries like Sudan and Tunisia, even under the export ban. So it's not open to market. But if you want to create a bilateral agreement of selling someone wheat, you can do it 100%. But in any case, अब ban कभी ना कभी तो हट ही जाएगा, कब तक लगा रहेगा, right? और उसके बाद the second thing is that this is where India is getting technology and money from UAE to invest in food parks, right? So they are going to be able to sign a bilateral with the with UAE, or a kind of a quadrilateral between with the I2U2 countries, in which some kind of a special supply of food delivery will happen. So even today, under the neighborhood first policy, India still provides wheat to countries like Sri Lanka, Bhutan and Nepal. So that's also happening even today. So overall ban does not mean that India cannot navigate its flexibility in providing wheat to whatever countries are becoming relevant. Okay, so this is basically what we understand with regard to the I2U2 framework. ठीक है, तो I think मेरे हिसाब से international relations में the amount of things that we have done are going to be sufficient to get us a sense of what are the ways in which questions are going to be answered with regard to these points about the conflicts in the international world, etc etc. तो अभी तक जितना हमने IR किया है, आशा है कि आप लोगों ने उसके नोट्स ले लिए होंगे किसी ना किसी तरीके से, और आपको बहुत ढंग से समझ के इन सब चीज़ों को थोड़ा सा इंटीग्रेट करना पड़ेगा, so that you have a very clear sense that these are going to be real questions in the what you can call the prelims examination. And the fact that these are questions which have to be dealt with some amount of positioning itself properly विद रिगार्ड टू द फैक्ट्स एंड द कॉन्सेप्ट्स, वो सारी चीजें। तो मेरे हिसाब से अगर इतना सारा डेटा जो हमने क्लास में अभी तक किया है, अगर आपने इसको कंसोलिडेट कर लिया तो आपको आराम से इसी में से 3 से 5 क्वेश्चंस आपके प्रीलिम्स के आ जाएंगे आईआर के अंदर। एज आई एम पॉइंटिंग आउट अगेन टू आंसर योर क्वेश्चन, ऑलमोस्ट द एंटायर पार्ट ऑफ इंटरनेशनल रिलेशंस इज करंट अफेयर बेस्ड। आपने देख लिया अपने सामने, यू हैव अ क्वेश्चन ऑन द टीटीसी ट्रेड एंड टेक्नोलॉजी काउंसिल, a question on the Donbass region, Kherson and Zaporizhia, neighborhood countries to Ukraine, right? Abraham Accords. All of these questions are questions which are happening in the last 1 or 2 years with regard to the international relations. And that is what my focus has been, to communicate to you knowledge which is specifically based upon these ideas and questions on the subject of international relations, right? So we will just try to, now take a little, because it's in today's the last class and I want to do other things also with regard to the subjects I want to cover. So okay, with regard to the questions that you may have taken a look at recently, ये आपका जो अभी टेस्ट हुआ था उसमें गवर्नमेंट की स्कीम्स के क्वेश्चंस कुछ आए थे. सो आई एम गोइंग टू टेक अ लुक एट सम ऑफ दीज पॉइंट्स विद रिगार्ड टू व्हाट यू कैन कॉल द गवर्नमेंट स्कीम्स. लेकिन इसके अलावा, क्योंकि अब ये क्वेश्चंस आप ऑलरेडी कर चुके हैं, तो you have a kind of a understanding of how this is happening in any case. But I have a separate document of government schemes which I want to cover. The point about it is going to be with regard to the coverage of certain important government schemes and other parts in governance which I feel are important for the times to come. So if you have any particular question from the government schemes in regard to your test that you have to answer, please tell me and I will discuss it specifically. I have all the data with regard to questions. अगर आपको पॉलिटी में या गवर्नेंस में जो भी आपने टेस्ट दिए हैं, अगर आपको उस डेटा में से अगर आपको कुछ क्वेश्चंस पूछने हैं तो आप मुझसे एक बार पूछने के लिए कमेंट में डाल दीजिए. मैं उन्हीं क्वेश्चंस को डिस्कस करूंगा जहां पर कि आपको परेशानी है, राइट? बट आई होप दैट यू रिसीव द करेक्ट आंसर और एक्सप्लेनेशन और इन सब चीज़ों से, तो यू हैव ऑलरेडी कवर्ड दैट. सो आई हैव नो पॉइंट रिपीटिंग दीज क्वेश्चंस विद यू. मैं ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा डेटा आपको देना चाहता हूँ जितना टाइम हमारे पास है, जिससे कि और कवरेज थोड़ा सा बढ़ जाए. तो जो जो आपको लगता है कि क्वेश्चंस पॉलिटी या गवर्नेंस में या इवन इंटरनेशनल रिलेशंस में है जो कि आपको नहीं समझ में आए या उसका उत्तर आप सही नहीं दे पाए, तो वो आप मेरे को नंबर के साथ डाल के लिख दीजिए. आई विल ट्राई टू टेक अ लुक एट दैट. बट overall I would try to focus upon investing more and more time into covering more and more database which I feel is important for the subject of prelims examination. With regard to polity, also we did the same activity to cover most amount of current updates which I feel are going to be relevant for the prelims examination. And with regard to international relations, also I did exactly the same thing, to crunching that entire thing into a very small course on international relations. Okay, now with regard to governance, I want to focus upon certain important current updates which I feel are going to be important this time. ठीक है, क्योंकि गवर्नेंस के लेवल पे कुछ कुछ चीजें हैं जो कि थोड़ी हुई हैं इंपॉर्टेंट इस साल, राइट? फर्स्ट थिंग दैट आई वुड वांट टू फोकस विद रिगार्ड टू गवर्नेंस इज अपॉन व्हाट इज नोन एज a Supreme Court judgment and the Bombay High Court judgment on striking down a section of the information technology rules Information Technology Rules 2023. Okay, this is a kind of a current event I want to discuss with utmost, urgency. Okay, take a look at this. You have IT Rules 2023, which were released by the government recently, and you see that the Supreme Court has given a stay order upon the application of these rules, pending a litigation with regard to something known as a fact check unit, which means that there is going to be some kind of a social media censorship activity which is happening over here. Right now, this is a question that this is a current update which is related directly to what is known as e-governance or ICT in governance. Right, so we're talking about, for example, if you take a look at the statute called the Information Technology Act. You have the Information Technology Act 2000 is the statute which governs all kinds of cyber activities in India, and within Information Technology Act you have something called the Information Technology Rules, IT rules, which are basically something that are a kind of a delegated legislation of Information Technology Act, and the government has actually been giving rules after rules every year. The first set of IT rules were issued under 2021, then in 2022, and then in 2023. These were amendments which were made to the IT rules. Okay, so the what you can call the logic that we are going to take a look at currently is this one. Supreme Court stays IT Ministry's notification to establish fact check unit under the PIB to identify fake news. This cuts across many points to make it a very important question with regard to the UPSC Prelims examination. ठीक है, तो आप इसको अपने पॉलिटी में, गवर्नेंस में, दोनों में किसी ना किसी तरह से कवर करके सकते हैं. दिस इज द फर्स्ट थिंग दैट आई वांट टू डू, एंड सिंस इट इज सच अ बर्निंग करंट अपडेट, ठीक है, दिस हैपेंस एट एग्जैक्टली द काइंड ऑफ टाइम जब आपका प्रीलिम्स का पेपर फाइनलाइज हो रहा होता है ना, तो दैट इज आल्सो व्हाट इज मेकिंग इट अ स्लाइटली मोर रेलेवेंट फ्रॉम आवर पर्सपेक्टिव फॉर द प्रीलिम्स एग्जामिनेशन. ठीक है, तो एक तो हम ये चीज देखेंगे with regard to the information technology rules, the judgment by the Supreme Court in governance. Second thing that we'll take a look at is questions around Lokpal, right? The Lokpal Act and how does what you can say, for example, the body of Lokpal, what kind of activities is the body of Lokpal involved in, right? Why will we take a look at this? Because there is a current update. Justice A.M. Khanvilkar, former judge of the Supreme Court. This is Justice A.M. Khanvilkar, who is the former judge of the Supreme Court. He has been appointed as Lokpal chairperson, and this appointment has happened in February 27, 2024. ठीक है, तो February 27, 2024 में appointment हुआ है, right? And the whole idea is very ripe in current updates, क्योंकि इससे ना जो लोकपाल का पूरा question है, जो आपके गवर्नेंस के स्ट्रक्चर में आ जाता है, वो थोड़ा सा इंपॉर्टेंट हो जाता है with regard to the current updates. The appointment of Justice Khanvilkar, who is a retired judge of the Supreme Court, is what you can call appointed as a chairperson of the Lokpal. तो इससे थोड़ी सी ना ये सारी चीज़ें पुरानी हमारे सामने दोबारा आ जाती है कि लोकपाल क्या होता है, लोकपाल की फंक्शनिंग कैसे होती है, एटसेट्रा एटसेट्रा. तो दैट इज व्हाई अगेन आई विल ट्राई टू टेक अ लुक एट द लोकपाल एंड द लोकायत एक्ट, which was initiated by the parliament in 2013 as a result of the India against corruption movement. तो इसको थोड़ा सा हम देखेंगे कि मतलब इसमें हम किस तरह से लोकपाल और लोकायत के बारे में थोड़ा समझ सकते हैं. Clear? Right? Okay. Third thing that we are going to take a look at slightly is indeed what is known as the PMLA, the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. बहुत ज़्यादा न्यूज़ में रहा है ये, और अभी भी you can see the impact of the PMLA is upon certain major politicians of India. Two of the chief ministers of India are currently under jail under charges made against them through the PMLA, and also a special focus upon what is known as the Enforcement Directorate, also known as the ED. इस चीज़ को आपको थोड़ा सा ध्यान से सुनना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि ED is of course today the organization of the hour, making arrests after arrests and the whole popularity around arrests given by ED, etc. So that's going to be another challenging aspect of our coverage. And the last thing that we'll cover with regard to governance is amendments made to the RTI Act. Through the data protection bill. ठीक है, so we have seen, let's say previously, that there was a kind of a data protection bill which had been given by the government of India, and it has been passed by the Lok Sabha this time, right? So this is going to be another kind of an important activity which has happened in the time recently, which makes very important and significant amendment into what is called third party information. Okay, so just let me show you a bit of a news upon this so that you can get a sense of what I'm saying. This is the kind of information that we are taking a look at under governance. Data protection bill poses severe restrictions on RTI Act, and you have over here the entire part of current updates, July 14th, 2023. RTI is an important part of the chapter on governance, and there are certain current updates about RTI. As you can take a look at this, is going to be a part of your current updates. Okay, so you see, data protection bill poses severe restrictions to RTI Act. The advocacy group is cautioning government, etc., etc. So that's basically what we are taking a look at. Right, and in addition to this, in addition to the RTI Act, with regard to the data protection bill and everything, we are going to take a look at also with regard to RTI, the question of the appointment of information commissioners. Which means the Chief Information Commissioner CIC, New Delhi, and the Central Information Commission and the State Information Commission, SIC, because there are news recently with regard to massive pendency in this is the kind of news event that we're going to take a look at. November 14, 2023. If you take a look at this, November 14, 2023. Again, a news in what is known as the right to information. Why are India's Information Commission posts vacant? Why does the RTI Act say about staffing information commissions? How many cases are pending before the states, etc., etc.? So, if you take a look at this part over here, this is the news event and a public interest litigation filed in the Supreme Court by the name of Anjali Bharadwaj versus Union of India. In this petition, the complaint has been made against the government of India that the government of India is stifling the RTI deliberately by keeping the positions in the Information Commission vacant. Right, and that's what basically we are trying to take an understanding of with regard to the movement that is happening over here. Anjali Bharadwaj versus Union of India, a public interest litigation pending before the Supreme Court of India. Okay, so these are the kind of the strategy that I'm applying to curate a slight amount of understanding of the current updates that we can do in the subject of governance is based upon point number 1, 2, 3, and 4. Please take a look at these 4 points and just note it, kind of a synopsis of what we're going to do in the subject of governance. Information technology rules, Lokpal, how does a Lokpal function and what does a Lokpal compose of and all of that kind of a thing. Because you can get background questions from these kind of activities. All of this is exactly how the UPSC thinks. You don't have to apply too much mind. Right? This is exactly how the UPSC thinks in terms of making questions. And that is exactly what we are thinking also. Okay, taken class. Okay, let's take a look at the first part. Now, I'm going to give you very brief databases. You please keep your pen and paper ready on this thing. We are dealing with this part in e-governance. Information Technology Act 2000 plus IT rules 2021, 22 and 23. Please keep your eyes and ears open, class. This is going to be all relevant for the prelims examination this time. Okay, please keep this completely under consideration over here. Right. Point number A. Section 79 of the IT Act. Okay. Section 79 of the IT Act, Information Technology Act 2000, says that if any objectionable content is placed on a social media platform which may be open for criminal charges. Okay, please take a look at it. Section 79 of the IT Act says if any objectionable content is placed on a social media platform which may be open for criminal charges. No criminal charges can be made against a social media intermediary. कहने का अर्थ क्या है इसका? Just take a look at this statement. I'm drafting it exactly like how the prelims questions will draft statements for you in terms of identifying whether these statements are correct or incorrect. Section 79 of the Information Technology Act says if any objectionable content is placed on a social media platform which may be open for criminal charges, full stop, no criminal charges can be made against a social media intermediary. This is what Section 79 of the IT Act says. So how do we explain Section 79 of the IT Act? Take a look at it very simply. When you have, for example, let's say Facebook. Okay. Now Facebook is what is called a social media intermediary. Class, please listen to this intently. Okay. This is going to be relevant for you to understand this. You may see questions on this because current updates are happening upon the information technology rules and I'm giving you all the information around it. So please focus upon this part slightly more. If you take a look at social media intermediary like a Facebook, right? That social media intermediary, let's say for example, this is user 1 and this is user 2. Okay. So you have a user 1 and user 2 with regard to a social media intermediary. Okay. Now let's say if user 1 puts any kind of an information or content upon Facebook, which let's say for example has some kind of a objectionable character, or it can also involve some kind of a criminal charge. Let's say for example someone puts a pornographic image about the what you can call if someone puts a kind of a pornographic image in this particular activity on Facebook, then it is possible for the user number 1 to be pushed against criminal charges. ठीक है, तो मान लीजिए कि अगर ये व्यक्ति कोई क्रिमिनल कंटेंट पोस्ट करता है और अगर मान लीजिए ये व्यक्ति क्रिमिनल कंटेंट को फॉरवर्ड करता है, कंज्यूम करता है, कुछ और करता है उसके साथ, तो an FIR under the Indian Penal Code plus the IT Act, okay, an FIR under the Indian Penal Code and the IT Act can be made against both user 1 and user 2. An FIR against the Indian Penal Code and the Information Technology Act can be made under the IT Act for user 1 and for user 2. That is what is certain to happen. Okay, but section 79 ये कहता है कि Facebook will enjoy what you can call immunity from criminal charges. Facebook will enjoy immunity from criminal charges, and this kind of a provision, which is given under section 49 of the Information Technology Act, is known as technically a safe harbor provision. Okay, so this is what I'm trying to highlight over here. Class, I hope that you're paying attention to this one. Information Technology Act 2000 says that if any objectionable content is placed on a social media platform which may be open for criminal charges, no criminal charges can be made against a social media intermediary. Okay, if you have, let's say for example, a FIR is registered against user 1 and user 2 for consuming something which is of a criminal nature content, according to the application of section 79 of the Information Technology Act, Facebook shall remain immune from those criminal charges, right? And this immunity which is given to Facebook is what is known as a safe harbor provision. Are we clear about it? This is what I'm trying to highlight it first and foremost. Safe harbor provision. Clear? Right? Now, point number B in this story. Information technology. I hope just take the notes on this. Don't apply too much mind class. We don't have that kind of time to tell you the relevance of it again and again. Just take notes and try to understand as much as you can. You will find these terms spreading in the prelims paper, and you should be ready for dealing with that kind of a thing. Okay. Now, in 2021, the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, also known as the MeitY, issued what are known as Information Technology Rules. Okay. In 2021, the MeitY, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, issued what are known as the Electronic Information Technology Rules 2021. And the Information Technology Rules, IT Rules 2021, basically said these things. Now, please take note of this. Number one, all social, what you can call all significant social media intermediaries are going to be under a regulation by the MeitY with regard to the content, they are allowing on their platforms. तो अब क्या कहा कि जो सोशल मीडिया इंटरमीडियरीज हैं, फॉर एग्जांपल ट्विटर, दैट इज एक्स. Okay, if there is a social media intermediary like X, okay, then the point that this particular activity is saying is that a body or Twitter or X, what it is supposed to do is कि उसके ऊपर क्या कंटेंट लगाया जा सकता है, क्या नहीं लगाया जा सकता है, उस कंटेंट को सोशल मीडिया इंटरमीडियरी के अब सरकार रेगुलेट करेगी. मगर इसका अर्थ ये हुआ कि सरकार को रिपोर्ट देनी पड़ेगी कि उसने किस प्रकार का कंटेंट रखा है, किस प्रकार का कंटेंट हटाया है. फॉर एग्जांपल, अगर ट्विटर किसी का अकाउंट सस्पेंड कर देती है ये कह के कि इसने कम्युनिटी गाइडलाइंस को वायलेट किया है, या फिर इसने किसी प्रकार का अपशब्द बोला है, ऑब्जेक्शनेबल कंटेंट लगाया है, if Twitter in a way does that kind of an activity with regard to a social media content, then it is going to be answerable to the government as to why it did it. And for these reasons, the government of India, the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, will become the supervisory body upon the activities of whatever is called a social media intermediary, a significant social media intermediary. तो जो भी बड़ा significant social media intermediary company है, ट्विटर हुआ, फेसबुक हुआ, यूट्यूब हुआ, व्हाट्सएप हुआ, और यू हैव फॉर एग्जांपल अमेजॉन, अगर इन चीजों में आप क्या अब कंटेंट डिस्प्ले कर सकते हो, इन चीजों के डिस्प्ले के ऊपर अब रेगुलेशन पावर मेटी की लगा दी गई थी इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी रूल्स के आधार पर, ठीक। और इसमें कुछ कुछ कंप्लायंसेस करने को सारे सोशल मीडिया एंटरप्राइजेस को बोला था। तो अगर फॉर एग्जांपल इफ यू आर अ ट्विटर, देन यू हैव टू फॉलो अ सर्टेन सेट ऑफ कंप्लायंसेस, ठीक है। क्या कंप्लायंसेस थे? फॉर एग्जांपल नंबर 1 कि a social media intermediary a social media intermediary has to follow a social media intermediary has to follow compliances have to be done, a social media intermediary has to follow or let's say has to make appointments within the company of number 1 a chief compliance officer and number 2 a chief redressal officer, ठीक है। तो इसका मतलब है कि हर सोशल मीडिया कंपनी को, जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल ट्विटर है या फेसबुक है, उसको अपनी कंपनी में एक चीफ कंप्लायंस ऑफिसर और एक चीफ रेड्रेसल ऑफिसर नियुक्त करना पड़ेगा, जो कि डायरेक्टली मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स और इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी के कंट्रोल में होगा। तो ही इज गोइंग टू बिकम द लिंक बिटवीन द मिनिस्ट्री and the company, by which the ministry can create a kind of a supervision upon the activities of Twitter and Facebook with regard to what content is being supplied and what content is being withheld, what account is being promoted or what account has been suspended. So these were the compliance mechanisms that were put in place with regard to the information technology rules 2022 upon 21 upon social media enterprises, right? और ये ट्विटर ने, मतलब ये जो सरकार ने आखिरी बात बोली थी, दैट वाज इंपॉर्टेंट टू नोट, द गवर्नमेंट सेड दैट इफ एनी सोशल मीडिया इंटरमीडियरी, और इनफैक्ट व्हाट इज कॉल्ड इफ एनी सिग्निफिकेंट, अगर कोई बड़ी, इफ एनी सिग्निफिकेंट सोशल मीडिया इंटरमीडियरी is not, if any significant social media intermediary is not, if any significant social media intermediary is not complying with the IT rules, then if any significant social media intermediary is not complying with the IT rules, then its status, or let's say its immunity under section 79 of the IT Act would be suspended. Okay, take a look at this part, please. This is what we are going to take a look at in terms of understanding the aspects of the मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी रूल्स। ठीक है, आप इसको बस ऐसा का ऐसा लिख लीजिए और जितना समझ में आ रहा है उतना समझ लीजिए। आपके प्रीलिम्स के पेपर में डायरेक्टली इस तरह के सेंटेंसेस आएंगे स्टेटमेंट बन के। ठीक है, एक एक स्टेटमेंट को ढंग से थोड़ा सा नोट करिए। ये सारा आपके करंट अपडेट का पार्ट है जो कि आपके स्टैटिक पोर्शन से डायरेक्टली लिंक करता है। इसी चीज से क्वेश्चन बन के आते हैं। The questions that come in the UPSC always come from those areas which are a beautiful sweet spot between current and the static and dynamic portions, and exactly that is what I am trying to cover in these areas, a kind of a sweet spot between the static and the dynamic portions. ठीक है, लिख लिया इसको। तो आप थोड़ा सा देखिए इस चीज को। सेक्शन 79 जो IT एक्ट का है, that says that a social media intermediary shall not be subjected to any kind of a criminal action if some content upon it is of a criminal nature. तो अगर किसी सोशल मीडिया को यूज करके कोई क्रिमिनल वारदात करी गई तो जिस व्यक्ति ने सोशल मीडिया का इस्तेमाल किया है उस पर तो क्रिमिनल एक्शन होगा, लेकिन सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म पे क्रिमिनल एक्शन नहीं होगा। दैट इज व्हाट सेक्शन 79 ऑफ द इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी एक्ट सेज, व्हिच इज आल्सो नोन एज द सेफ हार्बर प्रोविजन, दैट अ सोशल मीडिया इंटरमीडियरी like Facebook shall not be responsible for the criminal nature of the content which is being hosted upon it. That is what is given under section 79 of the IT Act. Okay, now information technology rules, what they do is they start creating a what you can call a kind of a regulation of the content upon the social media. IT rules में सरकार, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स एंड इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी ये कहती है कि सोशल मीडिया पे जो भी कंटेंट डिस्प्ले किया जाता है उसका सुपरविजन अब सरकार करेगी, और इसके लिए कुछ कुछ कंपनियों को कंप्लायंसेस करने पड़ेंगे। तो उस कंप्लायंसेस के मैकेनिज्म में सरकार ने बोला कि हर सोशल मीडिया कंपनी को दो अफसर अपने बिठाने पड़ेंगे। एक है चीफ कंप्लायंस ऑफिसर, दूसरा है चीफ रिड्रेसल ऑफिसर। तो इसका मतलब है ग्रीवियंस ऑफिसर एक तरह से आप कह सकते हैं कि अगर सोशल मीडिया कंपनी के ऊपर कोई शिकायत लगाई जाती है उस कंटेंट को हटाने के लिए, और अगर सोशल मीडिया कंपनी ने उस कंटेंट को नहीं हटाया तो उसकी जवाबदेही सरकार से बनेगी। सरकार फिर सोशल मीडिया कंपनी के अगेंस्ट एक्शन ले सकती है। और किस प्रकार के एक्शन ले सकती है? जो एक्शन का नेचर है वो ये है कि इफ एनी सोशल मीडिया इंटरमीडियरी is not in compliance with the information technology rules 2021, तो उसकी जो सेक्शन 79 की जो सेफ हार्बर की जो इम्यूनिटी है उसको हटा दिया जाएगा। जिसका मतलब है कि अगर सोशल मीडिया इंटरमीडियरी को लेकर किसी ने क्राइम किया तो अब एफआईआर ना तो सिर्फ उस व्यक्ति के अगेंस्ट होगी जो कि क्राइम कर रहा है या फिर जो क्राइम मतलब में इन्वॉल्व है, पर सोशल मीडिया इंटरमीडियरी की भी जिम्मेदारी बन जाएगी एक तरह से क्रिमिनल नेचर की, if compliance is not made under the information technology rules 2021. IT rules were further amended in 2022, 2022 में भी बदला गया था और 2023 में भी बदला गया था, और 23 वाले IT rules को हम थोड़ा सा करंट अपडेट के लेवल पे थोड़ा सा आगे और जाएंगे। ठीक है, तो बाय द इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी रूल्स 2021, 22 एंड 23, इन रूल्स के माध्यम से जो सबसे बड़ी चीज हुई थी वो ये थी कि सोशल मीडिया के पूरे यूनिवर्स को भारत में अब मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स और इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी इसके सुपरविजन में डालना शुरू कर दिया था। पहले सोशल मीडिया किसी भी प्रकार के रेगुलेशन या सेंसरशिप की बाध्य नहीं थी। देयर वाज नो एक्टिविटी ऑफ अ रेगुलेशन और सेंसरशिप ऑफ अ सोशल मीडिया इंटरमीडियरी। लेकिन 2021 के बाद से सोशल मीडिया इंटरमीडियरीज इंक्लूडिंग ई कॉमर्स वेबसाइट्स, मैसेंजर्स एंड ऑल्सो OTTs, ओवर द टॉप प्लेटफॉर्म्स, इन सबको अब सरकारी ढांचे के अंदर एक तरह से सुपरवाइजरी स्ट्रक्चर में डाला जा रहा है इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी रूल्स के माध्यम से, और इसीलिए ये रूल्स आ जाते हैं। और अगर मान लीजिए कोई कंपनी है जो कि इस ढांचे में उतरने से मना कर देती है तो उस कंपनी का सेक्शन 79 की जो सेफ हार्बर की इम्यूनिटी है उसको सस्पेंड कर दिया जाएगा। इसीलिए हो सकता है आपको याद हो कुछ समय पहले ट्विटर के अगेंस्ट बहुत सारी FIR हुई थी भारत के अंदर। इस चीज को देखिए, ये 2021 की बात है जब इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी रूल्स आए थे और ट्विटर ने मना कर दिया था कि हम इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी रूल्स की कंप्लायंसेस नहीं करेंगे। तो भारत सरकार ने ट्विटर के अगेंस्ट सेक्शन 79 सस्पेंड कर दिया। फिर क्या हुआ कि किसी एक व्यक्ति ने ट्विटर पे जाके भारत का एक मैप लगाया जिसमें कि कश्मीर और अक्साई चीन भारत का हिस्सा नहीं था। अब जिस व्यक्ति ने लगाया उसके अगेंस्ट एफआईआर हो गई, लेकिन उसके साथ साथ ट्विटर के अगेंस्ट भी एफआईआर हो गई। यू सी, so the FIR was made not against only the company, meaning the person who was in a way kind of involved in the production of that content, but also Twitter with regard to the fact that it has lost section 79. So if for example a question comes, does a social media intermediary enjoy immunity from the criminal activities of the content which is produced upon it? Yes, under section 79. But if it is a non-compliance of IT rules, then that immunity suspends. And once that immunity suspends, you have the possibility of Twitter or any other organization being subjected to also FIR or criminal action. Twitter no longer has legal protection in India from prosecution over users' posts as it has failed to comply with the new IT rules. The government said today, as a social media giant and a global first, फेस चार्जेस ऑफ इंसाइटिंग कम्युनल ट्रबल। ठीक है, तो अगर मान लीजिए ट्विटर पे किसी ने कोई वीडियो डाल दिया और उस वीडियो की वजह से if for example some kind of a video has been posted upon Twitter, and because of that video the organization because of that video some kind of a violence happens of a communal nature. Now generally speaking, ordinarily speaking, Twitter will not be liable for that kind of an activity, but under the new information technology rules, Twitter can be subjected to a liability. That is basically what has changed by the IT rules. Fundamentally, that is the nature of the information technology rules. Class, we're discussing all of this under the context of e-governance, but also under the fundamental rights framework of Article 21 and Article 19, free speech, etc. etc. ठीक है। अब जो एक आखिरी चीज है जो इसमें हम बताना चाहते हैं वो 2021 के इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी रूल्स के अमेंडमेंट है। यही आईटी रूल्स जो 2021 को अमेंड किया गया 2023 में, मतलब इसमें कुछ कुछ नए प्रावधान लगाए गए। These information technology rules were amended in 2023, and this kind of what you can call amendment which is made to the IT rules in 2023 is what we are going to take a look at. And again, the context in which we will take a look at this is going to be with regard to this one, ये वाला जो यहाँ पर इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी रूल्स की जो न्यूज आई, एक बार पढ़िए इसको। The case which is pending in the Supreme Court is titled Kunal Kamra versus Union of India. Kunal Kamra, as some of you would understand, is a stand-up comedian who's also sometimes popular for his political opinions. Now, this order has been made directly in the context of the IT rules 2021, and that's what basically takes us closer to what we are currently dealing with. Okay, so let's take a look at this very simply and very quickly. You can take a look at this. This is Information Technology Rules 2021, and the last amendment which was made to these information technology rules was in 2023. So again, for the paper in 2024, this becomes relevant. Class, are we attentive to this? You may have questions like these possibly in your prelims question paper. So are we attentive to understanding what we're dealing with here? Okay, Information Technology Rules 2021 updated on 6/4/2023 for the prelims questions 2024, and the judgment of the Supreme Court also, by the way, is in 2024 here. Okay, March 21, 2024. So that's the reason why we are paying a specific attention to this. Now here is a particular section of the IT rules which became rather problematic. The section talks about what is known as a fact check unit. Okay, now take a look at this part. Just get a sense of this part. It says that any information shared upon a social media intermediary any information shared upon a social media intermediary which is, let's say for example, identified as a fake news or a false news has to be removed by that company. Who will determine whether it is a fake news or a false news? It is going to be a body which is going to be appointed by the central government known as the fact check unit. Okay, now basically take a look at this. If for example Twitter और फेसबुक पे अगर कोई पोस्ट आप डालते हैं और अगर मान लीजिए वो पोस्ट किसी तरह से केंद्र सरकार की कोई आलोचना कर रहा है, okay, or if it is giving some kind of information about the central government, right? Now if a post is giving some kind of a, or it is, let's say for example, if there's a post upon Twitter which says something about the CAA, the what you can call Citizenship Amendment Act, right? If that post is talking anything about the central government, then under the operation of this section of the information technology rules, a fact check unit appointed by the central government can decide that this post is going to be deleted from that social media intermediary if it is in violation of, or let's say for example, if the fact check unit determines that it is a fake news or a false news. So the determination of a post in for example context of central government, whether it is fake news or false news on social media, shall be determined by a body of people known as a fact check unit appointed by the central government itself. You see, this is what became the particular relevant section of the information technology rules that was challenged before the Bombay High Court and later before the Supreme Court with regard to its constitutional validity. Now you can see very clearly that the constitutional validity of this section is going to be somewhat problematic, right? So Justice Gautam Patel of the Bombay High Court had given a judgment in a double bench, or the division bench, two judges. One judge, Gautam Patel, gave a judgment and he declared this section of the information technology rules as being unconstitutional. As you can see the problem with this, right? Which basically means that it is unconstitutional because of the violation of Article 19(1)(a) of the Constitution and unconstitutional because of Article 19(1)(g) of the Constitution, right? These were two articles which were declared as being violated by the Information Technology Rules 2023 by this section, and therefore this section was struck down by one judge of the Bombay High Court. The other judge of the Bombay High Court upheld the section, and therefore this division bench of the Bombay High Court judgment went to the Supreme Court of India, and the Supreme Court of India stated that until a judgment is going to be given by the Supreme Court of India on this matter, the what you can call the creation of the fact check unit shall be stayed. And in effect, what it means is that currently this particular question decided, or in a way split verdict with the Bombay High Court, goes to the Supreme Court and is pending before the Supreme Court. Well, while the judgment is pending, the government cannot create a fact check unit, and therefore the Supreme Court has put a stay upon the creation of what is known as a fact check unit. Please take a look at this now again with the context of this background, and I can assure you a question like this will become a part of your prelims question papers, right? And everything around it. You see it? Especially with regard to the fact check unit. I hope it is clear, right? So if you take a look at this part over here, we come to the current update on this matter. Let's say, for example, if we have a look at this. A split verdict by the Bombay High Court. Okay, this is a judgment of the Bombay High Court in 31st January 2024, falling exactly at the cusp of your current updates. Bombay High Court on Wednesday gave a split verdict on petitions challenging the amendments to the information technology rules that allow the center to set up a fact check unit to keep a tab on fake news that are frequently spread on social media. There is a disagreement between us. We have passed separate judgments with divergent views. We were not able to concur. A Justice Gautam Patel, a bench led by Justice Gautam Patel, led to say that according to Justice Gautam Patel, it is unconstitutional, while Justice Neela Kedar Gokhale upheld the validity of the proposed amendments, right? And when this was becoming, for example, unconstitutional, a split verdict was given on this. The matter was taken up by the Supreme Court. But before the Supreme Court took up the matter, Supreme Court decided that till the matter is pending before the Supreme Court will stay the Information Technology Ministry's notification establishing the fact check unit under the PIB to identify fake news. So currently, this fact check unit cannot become operational under the constitutional validity of this section of the information technology rules can become completely ascertained. This is one part with regard to the current updates that I want you to take a very clear look at with regard to the questions that may be asked on the subject of e-governance, because e-governance covers Information Technology Act and Information Technology Rules, but also with regard to Article 19(1)(a) and 19(1)(g). It was the constitutional questioning. The reason why this is brought under constitutional question is because it has been considered to be in violation of Article 19(1)(a), which is right to freedom of speech and expression, right? And a kind of a fact check unit created by the central government may not let any kind of an expression against the central government float around, which is not a reasonable restriction, is what Justice Gautam Patel said of the Bombay High Court. And the second one is 19(1)(g). 19(1)(g) is, of course, that if let's say if a media company is writing something in context of central government and viewers are accessing that content through social media, by which media company is able to make its livelihood, then a kind of a body like fact check unit, if it wants to remove that particular activity, is going to take the livelihood, take the economic opportunity of the media company away, and therefore it is going to be a violation of Article 19(1)(g) of the Constitution. And that's basically what the question on this regard is going to be. So that's the point that I'm trying to at a point indicate to you. Okay, so just for a single revision, take a look at section 17. I created all the context as a proper package of what one subject of current update looks like. Section 79 talks about the safe harbor provision, that social media intermediaries are not a part of the what you can call the criminal activities. If they happen on their platforms, they will not be liable for it. But under the IT rules, If the social media intermediaries refuse to comply through the IT rules in terms of letting the ministry control the companies, then Section 79 can be suspended against them. And one of the compliances that the ministry has produced in 2023 is the creation of a fact check unit, which is supposed to be a unit which will sit inside the government, created by the government, and which will decide if any post about the central government is a fake news, and therefore will instruct the social media companies to remove that post. If the social media companies do not remove that post, their immunity under Section 79 would be lapsed. And this provision of the IT Rules 2021, as amended in 2023, has been challenged before the Bombay High Court. It's a split verdict pending before the Supreme Court, but the Supreme Court, before disposing of the pendency, has stayed upon the creation of a fact check unit. So this was an important aspect of the recent current updates, which are going to be relevant in this particular regard, and you'll take a look at that. So whenever the judgment of Supreme Court comes later in 2024, you can take a look at this, but this is, I'm highlighting, going to be important for your current updates. Similarly, we'll take a look at Lokpal, PMLA, ED, and amendments to the RTI Act, specially to cover the parts of governance which I feel are going to be important for the current updates in the prelims examination this time. Okay, do we understand the point? All right, so ठीक है, ये आप पूछ रहे थे जो फैक्ट चेक यूनिट क्या होती है, फिर से बता देता हूँ मैं एक बार, सुनिएगा ध्यान से. ये है केंद्र सरकार, मान के चलिए मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स एंड इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी, राइट? दिस इज व्हाट वी अंडरस्टैंड एज अ सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट. Okay, now with regard to central government, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology can create what is known as a fact check unit. मतलब एक बंदा, दूसरा बंदा, तीसरा बंदा, चौथा बंदा, पांचवा बंदा. It can create 5 what you can call members, what are known as fact check unit. ठीक है, तो आप मतलब मान के चलिए कि केंद्र सरकार ने किसी भी व्यक्ति को, जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल मान के चलिए अनुपम खेर को केंद्र सरकार ने उठा के फैक्ट चेक यूनिट का मेंबर बना दिया. If Anupam Kher becomes the member of fact check unit, right, then this is basically what a fact check unit is a body like, and this fact check unit is going to be created under the information technology rules. And let's say on Twitter or on X as it is called, if there is any kind of a post which is giving any reference to the central government, okay, a fact check unit can in a way remove, or let's say ask Twitter to remove the post on the ground that it is fake news. तो मतलब अगर उसकी इन्वेस्टिगेशन से ये पता चलता है कि वो फेक न्यूज है, तो उसको वो रिमूव करा सकता है. If according to the investigation it is discovered that it is a fake news, then the post can be removed by the fact check unit. और अगर मान लीजिए X ने पोस्ट रिमूव करने से मना कर दिया, तो सेक्शन 79 के अंदर जो X को एक तरह की इम्यूनिटी मिली हुई है, इट इज इम्यूनिटी फ्रॉम बीइंग प्रोसिक्यूटेड फॉर क्रिमिनल एक्टिविटीज, तो वो इम्यूनिटी को सस्पेंड कर दिया जाएगा. ये था इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी रूल्स 2023 में एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन बनाना जो कि सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट के अंदर काम करेगी, और जिसका काम ये होगा ये डिसाइड करना कि सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट के बेसिक लेवल पे अगर कोई किसी तरह का पोस्ट करता है सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट के संदर्भ में, उसके रिलेटेड कोई न्यूज अगर कोई शेयर करता है, किसी तरह का पोस्ट करता है, तो उस पोस्ट को स्क्रूटनाइज की जा सकता है फैक्ट चेक यूनिट के द्वारा, और वो स्क्रूटनी के बाद ये पता चल सकता है कि इसके बाद क्या सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट इस पर्टिकुलर एक्टिविटी को फॉल्स न्यूज या फेक न्यूज की तरह कैटेगराइज करती है. अगर उसने फॉल्स न्यूज या फेक न्यूज की तरह कैटेगराइज कर दिया तो उस पोस्ट को हटाया जा सकता है. और इसको अगर सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म में नहीं हटाया तो सेक्शन 79 के अंदर जो इम्यूनिटी है सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म की, वो कोलैप्स कर सकती है. You see, so that's what basically we are taking a look at with regard to understanding the nature of the fact check unit. Okay. Right? Are we clear about this class? Okay. So this is the first part, and I am already contending that the information technology rules, IT rules, 2023, Information Technology Rules 2023 have been stayed with regard to the creation of a fact check unit, have been stayed with regard to the creation of a fact check unit to ascertain that the constitutional validity under Article 19(1)(a) and 19(1)(g) is to be proved. So before Article 19(1)(a और 19(1)(g) की constitutional validity सुप्रीम कोर्ट के द्वारा प्रूव नहीं की जा सकती है फैक्ट चेक यूनिट की, उससे पहले आप इस फैक्ट चेक यूनिट को एस्टैब्लिश नहीं कर सकते. यू अंडरस्टैंड द होल लॉजिक अबाउट इट. Article 13, the Constitution of India, under Article 13, gives the power to the Supreme Court of India to subject any kind of a law for judicial review or any kind of a rule made by the government for judicial review. And similarly, in addition to this, Article 32 and Article 226 can also be used by the Supreme Court and High Court to listen to a writ petition against any kind of a order of the government, and information technology rules will be supposed to be orders of the government which can be categorized as being violative of the parts of fundamental rights. So on these grounds, basically Article 13, Article 32 and Article 226, the jurisdiction was created to subject this kind of rule to a judicial review. Class, are we clear about it? ठीक है, we understand the point. Okay, अगला जो हमारा करंट अपडेट है जो हम करना चाह रहे हैं वो है लोकपाल. अब ध्यान दीजिएगा क्लास, ठीक है, थोड़ा सा आपको इन सब चीजों से मदद मिलेगी. You are sitting right at the edge of the prelims examination and we're discussing exactly the kind of news items that become relevant in the current examination, right? तो इसीलिए थोड़ा ध्यान दीजिएगा इन सब चीजों पे. We are taking a look at the Lokpal and Lokayat Act 2013 PDF. क्यों पढ़ रहे हैं हम इसको? पहली बात तो गवर्नेंस में आता है, दूसरा खानविलकर जी को लोकपाल का चेयरमैन बनाया गया है फिलहाल में, और इसीलिए इसको आपने न्यूज में देखा है. ठीक है, यू कैन सी जस्टिस A.M. Khanvilkar, retired judge of the Supreme Court of India, swearing in as the Lokpal or the chairman of the Lokpal. तो मेरा हमारा बेसिक क्वेश्चन ये बन जाता है कि लोकपाल होता क्या है और चलता कैसे. तो इट्स अ गुड टाइम फॉर अस टू काइंड ऑफ टेक अ रिविजन about what is the Lokpal and how does it function. Okay, क्योंकि लोकपाल की नियुक्ति हुई है तो इसीलिए इस चीज को थोड़ा सा न्यूज में हाईलाइट करने का एक रीजन बन जाता है. If you take a look at the Lokpal and the Lokayat Act 2013, this was an act which came into force after the whole thing of India against what you can call corruption movement. तो इंडिया अगेंस्ट करप्शन का जो पूरा मूवमेंट था, उस मूवमेंट के माध्यम से we are sitting at a point where the Lokpal Act was created. The demand of that movement was to create a Lokpal, right? Now what is basically the concept of a Lokpal? Lokpal का मतलब होता है, if you take a look at, for example, the Scandinavian term which is used for Lokpal and from which this kind of a body has originated, it is called an ombudsman. Lokpal is a kind of a ombudsman. Now what is an ombudsman? Lokpal का मतलब होता है, लोक का मतलब होता है पीपल, पाल का मतलब होता है, लेट्स से फॉर एग्जांपल अ प्रोटेक्टर. प्रोटेक्टर आप समझते हैं, मतलब जो कि किसी चीज का ध्यान रखता है, किसी चीज का मतलब किसी और व्यक्ति के लिए उस चीज का ध्यान रखता है. तो अ पर्सन हु इज कॉल्ड अ पाल in Sanskrit is a person who is protecting a particular area. So for example, you have, let's say, a name like Dharmpal. Dharmpal is basically the protector of religious ideas, right? तो जो किसी चीज की रक्षा करता है उसे कहते हैं लोकपाल, पाल. और जो लोगों के धन की रक्षा करता है, लोगों के विश्वास की रक्षा करता है, सरकार के विरोध में कभी कभी काम करता है, उसे कहते हैं लोकपाल. So the idea is very simple. A body of Lokpal created under the Lokpal and the Lokayat Act, is a kind of a body which, let's say for example, is known as an ombudsman, and the task of the ombudsman, the Lokpal, is to create, let's say for example, inquiry into complaints against the Prime Minister and cabinet ministers, right? To create inquiry into complaints against the Prime Minister and cabinet ministers on allegations of करप्शन। ठीक है, लोकपाल का मतलब होता है कि जो प्रधानमंत्री और केंद्रीय मंत्रियों के अगेंस्ट अगर किसी प्रकार की करप्शन की या किसी प्रकार की ग्राफ्ट की एलिगेशन लगाई जाती है, तो उसमें जो बॉडी बनेगी स्पेसिफिकली, जो कि इन ऑफिशियल फंक्शनरीज को इन्वेस्टिगेट और इंक्वायर कर सकती है, उसको हम लोकपाल कहेंगे। तो ये लोकपाल तो होता है आपका सेंटर के लेवल पे, और जो स्टेट के लेवल पे जो बॉडी होती है इसी चीज को करने के लिए, उसको लोकायत कहते हैं। लोकायत एक तरह से स्टेट ऑम्बड्समैन होता है, Lokayat is a kind of a state ombudsman, and what Lokayat is basically interested in doing is the fact that it is looking at what you can call complaints against the chief ministers and cabinet ministers in the state. ठीक है, तो भारत के पार्लियामेंट ने 2013 में लोकपाल और लोकायत एक्ट 2013 पास किया था, जिसके माध्यम से लोकपाल की संस्था को स्थापित किया गया था सेंट्रल लेवल पे, और लोकायत की संस्था को स्थापित करने की प्रावधान क्रिएट किए गए थे स्टेट लेवल पे। ठीक, क्योंकि यूपीएससी का एग्जाम है तो लोकपाल पर ज्यादा विशेष ध्यान देंगे, और विशेष ध्यान देने का उत्सव यह है कि 2024 में ही भारत के लोकपाल को एक नया चेयरमैन मिला है। ठीक है, तो आप इस तरह से देख सकते हैं कि एक बेसिक आइडिया क्या है लोकपाल का। अगर आप फॉर एग्जांपल सिंपल तरीके से लोकपाल एक्ट पढ़ें तो इसमें कुछ कुछ आपको समझ में आ जाएगा। ठीक है, अब थोड़ा ध्यान दीजिएगा इस चीज पे, हम डायरेक्टली लोकपाल एक्ट से कुछ कुछ इन्फॉर्मेशन निकालने की कोशिश करेंगे, तो थोड़ा सा इस चीज पे आप फोकस करिएगा समझने के लिए। मैं फिर से आपको बता दूं, why are we creating a kind of this is 2024 March. A new Lokpal has been appointed. Former Supreme Court Judge A.M. Khanwilkar has administered the oath as a chairperson of the Lokpal. ठीक है, ये वाला जो एक पॉइंट है पूरा, that is what basically we are going to take a look at. और इसमें ये वाली देखने वाली बात भी है कि जो लोकपाल का जो ऑफिस है वो 2 साल से खाली पड़ा था, जब जस्टिस पिनाकी चंद्र घोष हैड रिटायर्ड इन 2022। तो बहुत समय के बाद एक लोकपाल के चेयरमैन के ऑफिस को भरा जा रहा है, जिससे कि न्यूज बन के आ रही है। तो इसीलिए थोड़ा सा हम इस पर ध्यान देंगे। पहली चीज ये है, व्हाट इज द कॉम्पोजिशन ऑफ द लोकपाल, तो लोकपाल में होते कौन कौन है। ठीक, अब देखिए, लोकपाल शैल कंपोज ऑफ द फॉलोइंग ऑब्जेक्ट्स। Just take a look at this. Lokpal shall consist of A and B. Please take a look at this. The Lokpal shall consist of a chairperson who is or has been the Chief Justice of India, or is or has been a judge of the Supreme Court, or an eminent person who fulfills the eligibility specified in clause B of section 3. ठीक है, तो अब जो चेयरपर्सन है लोकपाल का, he has to be either a retired Chief Justice of India or a retired Judge of the Supreme Court or an eminent person. ठीक है, तो ये थोड़ा सा ध्यान दीजिएगा इस चीज पे. With regard to asking the question, what is the qualification to become a member, the chairman of the Lokpal, right? Number one qualification is a retired Chief Justice. Number two, a retired Judge of the Supreme Court. So Justice A.M. Khanwilkar is a retired Judge of the Supreme Court. Okay, and therefore he has been appointed as a Lokpal. So the condition for appointing the chairperson of Lokpal is that you have either the retired Chief Justice of India, retired Judge of the Supreme Court, or an eminent person as defined by the Lokpal and Lokayat Act. तो थोड़ा सा ध्यान दीजिएगा इस चीज पे. Qualifications to become a chairperson of the Lokpal is a retired Judge of the Supreme Court, retired Chief Justice of India, or an eminent person. Currently, what we have seen is that a retired Judge of the Supreme Court has been appointed as a Lokpal. It has happened very recently in the current updates, and that's why I'm asking you to focus upon it specifically. A multiple choice question can come with regard to asking the questions which are the following are eligible criteria for becoming a chairperson of the Lokpal. 3 eligibility criteria. Okay, and then after that, such number of members not exceeding 8 out of whom 50% shall be जुडिशियल मेंबर्स. ठीक है, तो एक तो आपके पास चेयरपर्सन होना चाहिए, उसके अलावा आपके पास 8 अधिक से अधिक मेंबर्स 8 हो सकते हैं. तो आपका जो मैक्सिमम स्ट्रेंथ है लोकपाल की, दैट कैन बी चेयरपर्सन प्लस 8 मेंबर्स. ठीक, ये मैक्सिमम स्ट्रेंथ है. चेयरपर्सन की आपको क्वालिफिकेशंस पता है, और जो 8 मेंबर हैं उनमें से कम 50% जुडिशियल मेंबर्स होने चाहिए. ठीक है, सो दिस इज बेसिकली the point about the point. अब अगर देखा जाए कि क्वेश्चन ये आता है कि जुडिशियल मेंबर का मतलब क्या होता है, तो जुडिशियल मेंबर का मतलब होता है जुडिशियल मेंबर is a judge of the Supreme Court or has been a Chief Justice of a High Court. ठीक है, जुडिशियल मेंबर का अगर आप एक तरह से डेफिनेशन लें लोकपाल के लेवल पे, तो व्हाट इज द डेफिनेशन ऑफ अ जुडिशियल मेंबर? The definition of a judicial member is that that person must be either a retired judge of the Supreme Court or a retired Chief Justice of a High Court. ठीक, that's basically what we want to, in a way, take a look at in summary. So, अगर for example, very simply, if I take a little bit of an understanding about the composition of Lokpal, दो ही चीज करनी है हमको, एक composition करना है, एक powers and functions करना है. अगर आप कॉम्पोजिशन देखेंगे लोकपाल का और आप समझ पा रहे हैं कि मैं इस पे इतना फोकस क्यों कर रहा हूँ, क्योंकि करंट अपडेट्स में इसके ऊपर न्यूज है. इफ यू टेक अ लुक एट द कॉम्पोजिशन ऑफ द लोकपाल, व्हाट वी बेसिकली अंडरस्टैंड विद रिगार्ड टू द कॉम्पोजिशन ऑफ लोकपाल इज 2 points. Number 1, the chairperson is the leader of the Lokpal, and he can be either a retired judge of the Supreme Court, retired Chief Justice of India, or any eminent member. This is what is known as the qualification criteria. Currently, you have a retired judge of the Supreme Court appointed as the chairperson of Lokpal, Justice Khanwilkar, and that is why we're discussing this in the section of current updates class. Are we clear about it? Okay. Second, if you take a look at the members of Lokpal, then Lokpal can go up to 8 members in addition to the chairperson. And out of these 8 members, for example, let's say there are 6 members and there is a chairman. Then out of 6, 3 members have to be what are called judicial members. ठीक है, 6 में से 3, अगर आपने 6 डिसाइड किया है कि 6 मेंबर होंगे लोकपाल के चेयरपर्सन के अतिरिक्त, तो आपके पास उसमें से 50% जुडिशियल मेंबर्स होने चाहिए. जुडिशियल मेंबर होने की क्या क्वालिफिकेशन है कि या तो यू आर अ रिटायर्ड जज ऑफ द सुप्रीम कोर्ट, or you are a retired judge retired Chief Justice of a High Court. This is basically how you can take a look at the composition of the Lokpal. Class, please focus. 2024, you have an appointment of a new Lokpal. I am going in the background of this and trying to understand why the appointment of the new Lokpal can become a relevant feature for the coverage of current updates on the subject of governance. ठीक है, ट्रांसपेरेंसी, अकाउंटेबिलिटी इत्यादि में इनमें अच्छा खासा कवरेज लोकपाल का दिया जाता है जीएस पेपर नंबर 2 में, तो उसी के बेसिस पे हम थोड़ा सा ध्यान दे रहे हैं इस चीज के ऊपर. ठीक है, अब इसके बाद आप ये देखिए कि सिलेक्शन प्रोसीजर क्या है लोकपाल का. मतलब क्वेश्चन इज हाउ आर द चेयरपर्सन and members of Lokpal selected. That is the question we are trying to ask. कि लोकपाल के चेयरपर्सन और मेंबर को सेलेक्ट किस तरह से किया जा सकता है. ठीक है, अब आप देखिए फॉर एग्जांपल सेक्शन 4, द चेयरपर्सन एंड मेंबर शैल बी अपॉइंटेड बाय द प्रेसिडेंट आफ्टर द ऑब्टेनिंग द रिकमेंडेशंस ऑफ द सिलेक्शन कमिटी. तो इसको आप मान सकते हैं कि एक तरह से सिलेक्शन कमिटी है फॉर लोकपाल. ठीक है, तो अब जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल अगर प्रश्न पूछा जाए कि सिलेक्शन कमिटी में कौन कौन लोग हैं लोकपाल को चयनित करने के लिए, प्रधानमंत्री जो कि चेयरपर्सन है, स्पीकर ऑफ द लोकसभा जो कि मेंबर है, एंड द लीडर ऑफ द ऑपोजिशन इन द लोकसभा जो कि मेंबर है. यू सी, सो यू हैव अ काइंड ऑफ अ A, B, C, and you have after that D, the Chief Justice of India or a judge of the Supreme Court nominated by him, and one eminent jurist as recommended by the chairperson and members. Right, that's basically what is the selection committee for the Lokpal. So to get a very clear sense of this, if you take a look at this, composition of the Lokpal is that there shall be a chairperson who is supposed to be under these qualifications, and there are going to be members which are going to be up to 8 members, out of which 3 must be judicial members. Okay, if you take a look at the selection procedure or a selection criteria, then the idea is that there is a what you can call selection body or selection committee for the Lokpal. Selection committee is a 5-membered body. अब ध्यान से सुनिएगा इसके मेंबर्स कौन कौन है. ठीक है, इट्स अ 5-membered बॉडी. पहले जो इसके मेंबर होते हैं वो होते हैं प्रधानमंत्री. The first member of this body is the Prime Minister. Okay, second member of the body is Speaker of Lok Sabha. क्लास हो मुझे आशा है कि आप इसको नोट कर रहे होंगे. प्लीज ये सारे आपके प्रीलिम्स के क्वेश्चन बन के आ सकते हैं डायरेक्टली. तीसरे इसके मेंबर होते हैं लीडर ऑफ ऑपोजिशन और लीडर ऑफ द लार्जेस्ट पार्टी. In Lok Sabha, leader of the opposition and leader of the largest party in Lok Sabha. Okay, and the fourth is the Chief Justice of India or a judge of the Supreme Court nominated by the Chief Justice of India. ठीक है, और जो पांचवी चीज होती है वो होता है एक eminent jurist. This is a 5-membered body which is known as a selection committee, which is responsible for the selection of the chairperson and members of the Lokpal. ठीक है, तो इसका अर्थ ये है that when we take a look at, for example, a news article like this, अगर आप इसको देखेंगे तो former Supreme Court Judge A.M. Khanwilkar was appointed as the chairperson of the Anti-Corruption Ombudsman Lokpal nearly 2 years after the post fell vacant. The Lokpal has been working without its regular chiefs since the retirement. And then you have Justice Pradeep Kumar Mohanty, a judicial member of Lokpal, is currently the acting chairperson. A communique issued by the Rashtrapati Bhavan said that the retired Justices Lingappa Narayan Swamy, Sanjay Yadav and Ritu Raj Avasthi have been appointed as judicial members of the Anti-Corruption Ombudsman. Ritu Raj Avasthi also happens to be, by the way, the head of the, what you can say, 22nd Law Commission. तो ये थोड़ा सा आप देख सकते हैं, भारत सरकार ने जो 22nd लॉ कमीशन का गठन किया है, उस लॉ कमीशन को हेड करने के लिए जस्टिस ऋतुराज अवस्थी को नियुक्त किया गया है और यही लॉ कमीशन यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड के मैटर्स में अपना recommendations तैयार कर रहा है. Currently the most important, what you can say, task given to this law commission is to create recommendations for the uniform civil code. ठीक है, तो अब अगर प्रश्न ये पूछा जाता है कि इनका अपॉइंटमेंट कैसे किया गया इन सब लोगों का, तो उसका उत्तर आपको पता है. द क्वेश्चन इज how are these people appointment how are the appointment of these people made? You know the answer to that question. The answer is this paragraph. The chairperson and members of the Lokpal are appointed by the president after obtaining the recommendations of a selection committee having the prime minister as its chairperson. So that's the question that we are answering. What are the components or the members of the selection committee which appoints the chairperson and members of the Lokpal? तो पहला प्रश्न है कि व्हाट इज द कॉम्पोजिशन ऑफ लोकपाल, और उससे लगा हुआ प्रश्न ये है कि जो कॉम्पोजिशन है उसका चयन कैसे किया जाता है. हाउ इज अ सिलेक्शन मेड? सिलेक्शन इज मेड बाय अ बॉडी which is known as Selection Committee for the Lokpal under the Lokpal Act 2013. Class, I hope that you are taking a note of this. Are we clear? ठीक है, अब अगला प्रश्न यह आता है कि what are the powers and functions of लोकपाल. बिल्कुल संक्षेप में इसको पढ़ना है प्रीलिम्स के लेवल पे कि लोकपाल की पावर्स और फंक्शन क्या होती है. ये देखिए सेक्शन 12 में वी कॉल व्हाट इज नोन एज अ प्रोसिक्यूशन विंग. प्रोसिक्यूशन का मतलब आप समझते हैं किसी भी व्यक्ति को किसी क्रिमिनल एक्टिविटीज के अगेंस्ट चार्ज करना, राइट. इसमें जो क्रिमिनल एक्टिविटी होगी वो ज्यादातर होती है प्रिवेंशन ऑफ करप्शन एक्ट. द लोकपाल बाय नोटिफिकेशन कॉन्स्टिट्यूट अ प्रोसिक्यूशन विंग headed by the Director of Prosecution for the purposes of prosecution of public servants in relation to any of the complaint by the Lokpal under this Act. Provided that till such time the prosecution wing is constituted by the Lokpal, the central government shall make available such number of officers and other staff from its ministries or departments as may be required by the Lokpal for conducting prosecution under this Act. तो prosecution wing एक प्रकार की एक आप मान के चल सकते हैं एक investigative और एक enforcement agency होती है जो कि लोकपाल के साथ attached होती है. जो लोकपाल के पास अगर किसी व्यक्ति के अगेंस्ट करप्शन की कंप्लेन आती है जो कि पब्लिक सर्वेंट होता है, तो उस कंप्लेन का मुआयना करके लोकपाल इन्वेस्टिगेशन करने का काम एक प्रोसिक्यूशन विंग को दे सकती है. राइट, दैट्स बेसिकली द एनफोर्समेंट एजेंसी व्हिच इज गिवन टू द लोकपाल विद रिगार्ड टू क्रिएटिंग अ प्रोसिक्यूशन. ठीक है, तो ये सबसे पहली चीज है विच रिगार्ड टू द मूवमेंट ऑफ प्रोसिक्यूशन. अब देखिए, the Director of Prosecution shall, after having been so directed by the Lokpal, file a case in accordance with the findings of investigation report before the special court, which is the CBI court generally, and take all necessary steps in respect of the prosecution of public servants in relation to any offence punishable under the Prevention of Corruption Act. ठीक है, तो if you just want to in a way put a little bit of a summary to this, the principal activity of the Lokpal is, let's say for example, if this is a Lokpal along with the chairman, etc., etc., and let's say for example a complaint is filed by a person. Let's say if a person files a complaint to the Lokpal with regard to saying that a public servant has been found to have committed certain acts of corruption. If a complaint is found that a public servant has been found to do some kind of acts of corruption, and if it is made to the Lokpal, then based upon this complaint, the Lokpal can create a kind of a understanding and the nature of the complaint, etc., etc. And if it is convinced that this complaint has merit, it can forward that complaint to the what is known as prosecution wing, which is a wing attached with the Lokpal. And the Lokpal will take this, the prosecution wing of the Lokpal will take this complaint and convert it into a legal proceeding against the person who is involved in corruption, right? And then the wing will go to the special court and file whatever technical arguments are to be made under what is known as the Prevention of Corruption Act 1988. So that is what we have to understand with regard to the power of the Lokpal to start prosecution of what you can call public servants against whom allegations of corruptions have been made. That kind of a decision has to be taken by the Lokpal. Do you understand the point over here, class? That's what we basically take a look at with regard to Lokpal. Another thing that you can take a look at this is basically that we know charged expenditures of the Consolidated Fund of India. So just a very simple kind of a reference point. Charged expenditures on the Consolidated Fund of India, they are given under Article under Article 1113, the charge expenditures. Article 112 Clause 3. A list of charge expenditures are given under the Constitution of India, and it is to be noted that expenses of Lokpal are also known as charged expenditures on the Consolidated Fund of India. Just in case you have a prelims kind of a question on the nature of the charge or the nature of money which is given to the members of Lokpal is withdrawn from the Consolidated Fund of India as charged expenditures on the Consolidated Fund of India. Clear? Okay. Take a look at section 14. What is the jurisdiction in respect of inquiry? Subject to the other provisions of this Act, the Lokpal shall inquire or cause an inquiry to be conducted into any matter involved in or arising out of or connected with any allegation of corruption made in a complaint in respect of the following: the Prime Minister of India, who is a Prime Minister of India or who has been a Prime Minister of India, provided that the Lokpal shall not inquire into any matter involved in or arising from or connected with any such allegation of corruption against the Prime Minister, insofar as it relates to international relations, external and internal security, public order, atomic energy, and space. Okay, class, just take a look at this. The most important function of the what you can call Lokpal is to start investigation of corruption against prime ministers, council of ministers, members of parliament, group A, B, C, D officers, and officials of the central government. This is basically what comes under the jurisdiction of the Lokpal. So the target of the Lokpal is the high class officers of the government of India, which goes up to the Prime Minister of India. So if the Prime Minister of India is suspected of any kind of a graft or corruption, or the cabinet ministers or member of parliament or group A, B, C, D officers and other officials of central government, all of these people come under the target range of the Lokpal. But specifically, Lokpal is very, very importantly placed to create a kind of accountability to the highest functionaries within the government of India, including the Prime Minister of India, the cabinet ministers, and the members of parliament. As much as these high functionaries are going to be there, this is going to be a very clear understanding of the functions of the Lokpal. And of course, there are certain exceptions, etc., but we don't need to go into that. But this is basically the jurisdiction of the Lokpal, right? So, in that sense, you get a sense of another thing. First of all, how the prosecution wing attached with the Lokpal works, and then Lokpal with regard to its jurisdiction. Lokpal, with regard to its jurisdiction, can create proceedings against the prime ministers, cabinet ministers. This is all with regard to corruption, right? Then you have members of parliament, and then you have class A, B, C, D officers, and also you have central government officers, right? And you see, in this particular aspect, the idea is to create what you can call a kind of a Prevention of Corruption Act proceedings, 1988. Right. So if you take a look at this page very simply crystallizes for you the entire activity with regard to the power, functions, and the jurisdiction of the Lokpal. I hope that you're able to take a note of this. This amount of information should be sufficient for you to be able to deal with the question of the general nature in the prelims examination. इससे बाहर या इससे ज़्यादा टेक्निकली कॉम्प्लिकेटेड क्वेश्चन नहीं आएगा लोकपाल पे, लेकिन क्वेश्चन लोकपाल से आ जाता है. The present CGI cannot be a Lokpal. It is only a retired Chief Justice of India who can be a Lokpal. The present CGI can be is possibly a member of the committee which appoints a Lokpal. Right? So you can, the selection committee which appoints a Lokpal can compose of the Chief Justice of India, but a current Chief Justice cannot be a Lokpal. A current Judge of the Supreme Court cannot be a Lokpal, and a current MP or something like cannot be a Lokpal. And therefore the retired only can be Lokpal. Justice Khanvilkar is a retired judge of the Supreme Court. So class, are we getting this point? We are trying to cover as much and as exhaustively the areas which I feel are important from the subject of governance for the UPSC prelims examination this time. Do we get a sense of this, class? Okay, so I'm finishing up the chapter on Lokpal. Lokpal is an ombudsman inquiry into complaints against Prime Minister and Cabinet Minister allegations of corruption. You can have Lokayat exactly with the same feature at the state level. Composition of Lokpal is chairperson and members. Selection committee of Lokpal and powers and functions of Lokpal. I hope this is going to be sufficient for you to take a understanding of this entire structure clearly. Okay. Right. Then the last thing, next part that we're going to cover after this is yeah. So we are done with the Supreme Court judgment on the information technology rules. This is a part of e-governance which I'm highlighting. Lokpal and the composition etc. of Lokpal. Okay, Prevention of Money Laundering Act and the Enforcement Directorate. Now pay attention to this one very categorically and clearly. Okay, you have for example what is known as the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. And what we are basically also interested in at this point of time is, with regard to the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, is the amendments made to the PMLA and the what you can call the increased powers of the ED by the amendments made to the PMLA. This is what we are going to be focused upon. And then we can take a look at the constitutional challenge to these amendments, right? This is what basically we are going to be focused upon in terms of understanding the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, okay, PMLA. So just let me put out a little bit of a data on this. Okay, so take a look at this. We're talking about what is known as the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. Okay, now the PMLA, basically the governing statute which establishes the Enforcement Directorate, is basically a law which seeks to curb the use of black money by creating criminal liabilities on what is called money laundering. Okay, this is what we are concerned with regard to the PMLA. Very simply speaking, if we have to give a little bit of a summary of what the PMLA stands for, the Prevention of Money Laundering Act stands for the law which seeks to curb the use of black money by creating criminal liabilities on money laundering. A very simple example of this is going to be here. And of course, we are going to also take a look at how does ED become a kind of a special police force. How does ED become a kind of a special police force under the PMLA? That is what basically we'll take a look at in terms of getting a sense of this part. Okay, just pay attention to this. Let's say, for example, if X, let's say, robs a bank, let's say if this is a bank, and if X takes money out of this bank, meaning if he does a robbery from this bank, if X steals money out of the bank and does a robbery from the bank, then let's say, for example, and stores the money with himself, then the act which will be applicable against X is going to be the Indian Penal Code, now renamed as the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita, right? So the bank robbery that X commits, and if he keeps the money with himself, then he would be subjected under the penal codes, the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita, Danda Sanhita, and the what you can call the charges that are going to be made against X is that going to be of stealing, or let's say, for example, if he does some kind of a crime by defrauding, then you can have these sections of the IPC, and then the normal police force, Indian police services, are going to be charged or are going to be launched against X. Do you see the point? A normal police charge would be launched against X, right? Now, in the condition, let's say, for example, that this money has been taken by X, and let's say by the route of Hawala, this money has been parked, let's say for example, in, let's say, Mauritius. And in Mauritius, this money is, transferred in such a way that this money changes hands, converts itself into dollar, and a hotel is established out of this money in Mauritius. You see, now take a look at this. If this money is lying in flat cash, it is stolen by the person who's conducting a robbery, then this money or this entire activity will be under the jurisdiction of the Indian Penal Code for the charges of stealing money or defrauding a person. And the Indian Police Services are going to be the investigative agency about this activity. But from the point that this money has been, let's say, for example, laundered, it has been converted into, let's say, from black into white, or this money has been routed outside, or money has been brought back into the economy by some kind of a laundering. Let's say, for example, a hotel is made in Mauritius. That hotel, let's say, for example, is sold after some time. Money is liquidated after the sale, and this money is converted into rupees. And again, this amount of rupee is invested, for example, in an infrastructure development project. If this money is invested in the infrastructure development project in Gurgaon somewhere, then what you call is that this is the rerouting of money or money laundering, changing black money, which is stolen money, to white money, which is kind of a legitimized money in a profession or in a kind of a company. This entire activity is what is known as money laundering. Okay, and from this point onwards, if the money is starting to convert itself and in many creative manners is brought back into the market, from here onwards, the law which will apply will be called the PMLA, the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, and the agency which will conduct the investigation into these activities will be known as the Enforcement Directorate. ED. So what is ED? ED is a kind of a special police which has been created under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. And the way that this special police works, or the Money Laundering Act works, is that if any kind of an activity happens by which money is stolen, then that is stealing. Okay, that would be under the IPC. But the moment that money starts converting itself into white money, let's say money is routed out of the country, or money is given to this person who invests in a particular share and then invests in a particular company, if the money is routed and rerouted, then this activity is going to be called a kind of a enforcement. This activity is going to be called money laundering, and all acts of money laundering are going to fall under the jurisdiction of the PMLA, and all acts of money laundering are going to be investigated and enforced by the agency known as Enforcement Directorate. Okay, it is the ED, Enforcement Directorate, which has been created under the PMLA, which keeps itself for all cases in which money is being converted from black to white, and trails that money so that it can find ways by which this kind of an activity can be punished. So any person who's involved in any kind of a wrong will be tried by the Indian Penal Code or the police investigation, etc., etc. And the second point, with regard to the point about the activity of the Money Laundering Act, is that the question around the Money Laundering Act is that if the investigative agency has to take a look at the Money Laundering Act, then it can only be Enforcement Directorate. Your regular police will not suffice. A special kind of a task force created specially for particular cases of investigating into the activities of money laundering is going to be created by a section of what you can call points which are done by the Enforcement Directorate. Right, so that's what basically makes Enforcement Directorate kind of distinct and slightly more powerful and more aggressive than the regular police force. So again, let's take a look at this kind of an example. Let's say if a huge political scam is done by, let's say, a public servant. Okay. If a huge political scam is done by a public servant, right? Then in that case, he has taken, let's say, for example, 150 crore rupees out of that scam. Or let's say if a chief minister or a prime minister or a cabinet minister has done this kind of a scam, right? Let's say, for example, a minister in a particular government. Now, with regard to the nature of the scam, if 150 crore rupees has been embezzled, then there are going to be two separate investigations happening simultaneously. Okay, what are the separate investigations? Number one, the CBI, the Center Bureau of Investigation, will be the enforcement agency under what is known as the Prevention of Corruption Act. Okay, so when it comes to the POCA, Prevention of Corruption Act, the enforcement agency is going to be the Central Bureau of Investigation. CBI is the one which is going to be the enforcement agency of the POCA. ठीक, तो एक प्रोसीडिंग तो उस व्यक्ति के अगेंस्ट यहाँ चलेगी, और अगर मान के चलिए 150 करोड़ रुपए किसी प्रकार से अगर मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग में गए हैं, मतलब अगर मान के चलिए कि इन 150 करोड़ रुपए को मार्केट में अलग अलग तरीकों से लगाया गया है, जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल किसी ने प्रॉपर्टी खरीदी, किसी ने प्रॉपर्टी को किसी और को बेच दिया, उस प्रॉपर्टी को बेचने के बाद शेयर होल्डिंग राइट्स अपनी वाइफ के नाम पे ट्रांसफर करा दी, इस तरह का अगर मनी का रीराउटिंग कराया गया तो उसको हम मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग कहेंगे। और इस मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग के केसेस में जो एनफोर्समेंट कराएगा वो ईडी के हाथ में आएगा। तो यहां पर तो लगेगा प्रिवेंशन ऑफ करप्शन एक्ट, एक तरफ सीबीआई इन्वॉल्व होगी, और यहां पर लगेगा पीएमएलए, प्रिवेंशन ऑफ मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग एक्ट, जहां पर की एनफोर्समेंट डायरेक्टोरेट इन्वॉल्व होगा। क्लास आप इसको डिस्टिंक्शन को समझ पा रहे हैं? यू सी द कॉन्सेप्ट, डू यू अंडरस्टैंड दिस इज मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग। तो जहां पर आपने प्रिवेंशन ऑफ करप्शन एक्ट का वायलेशन किया है, वहां तो आपको सीबीआई ट्राई करेगी। ईडी डज नॉट ट्राई यू फॉर करप्शन, दैट इज द जॉब ऑफ द सीबीआई। बट इफ बाय द मनी दैट यू हैव टेकन फ्रॉम करप्शन, अगर आपने उस मनी की लॉन्ड्रिंग करी तो फिर ईडी का जुरिस्डिक्शन आ जाता है, और तब प्रिवेंशन ऑफ मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग एक्ट का जुरिस्डिक्शन आ जाता है। और बात यही है कि आउट ऑफ ऑल द इन्वेस्टिगेटिव एजेंसीज इन इंडिया, वेरी वेरी क्लियर एंड मोर प्रोमिनेंट पावर्स आर गिवन टू ईडी। मतलब जो बाकी किसी इन्वेस्टिगेटिव एजेंसी के पास पावर नहीं है भारत के अंदर सर्च और सीजर करने की इत्यादि इत्यादि, वो सारी पावर्स एनफोर्समेंट डायरेक्टोरेट को भारत के पार्लियामेंट के बनाए हुए पीएमएलए में अमेंडमेंट करके दी। 2019 में द पीएमएलए वाज अमेंडेड टू गिव एक्स्ट्राऑर्डिनरी पावर्स टू वन पर्टिकुलर एजेंसी which is known as the enforcement directorate, which is more empowered than the police or the CBI to do some extraordinary action. So for example, some very special powers given to the ED under the PMLA, and which have also become the debate of the larger question with regard to the fundamental rights, is this, that for example, अगर ED अगर आपको समन देती है, और अगर ED के समन के बाद आप ED से मिलने जाते हो, मतलब इट्स अ काइंड ऑफ इंक्वायरी दैट द ED डज, और अगर आपने अपने समन, मतलब व्हेन यू आर बिफोर ED एंड इफ ED इज कॉल्ड यू फॉर इंक्वायरी और इन्वेस्टिगेशन, एंड लेट्स से इफ यू से समथिंग इन फ्रंट ऑफ ED by which it is in a way understood that you're admitting to having done something, अगर आपने किसी तरह से सेल्फ इंक्रिमिनेटिंग कोई कन्फेशन कर दिया, तो उस बयान को जो आपने ईडी के सामने दिया है, उस बयान को एविडेंस के रूप में कोर्ट में पेश किया जा सकता है। दैट इज अ काइंड ऑफ अ पावर व्हिच हैज बीन गिवन टू द एनफोर्समेंट डायरेक्टोरेट अंडर द पीएमएलए। यू सी द पॉइंट? इफ यू से समथिंग इन फ्रंट ऑफ द एनफोर्समेंट डायरेक्टोरेट and if that admission or confession has an incriminating nature or a self-incriminating nature, generally under the operation of Article 20 Clause 3 of the Constitution, any kind of a statement which is self-incriminatory in nature cannot be submitted as an evidence before a court. मतलब अगर मेरे को किसी ने मार पीट के कुछ बुलवा लिया मेरे विरोध में, या मैंने कोई डॉक्यूमेंट साइन कर दिया पुलिस के सामने जबरदस्ती में आके, तो उस डॉक्यूमेंट की या मेरी बोली हुई बात की कोई वेरासिटी नहीं है जब तक मैं उस डॉक्यूमेंट और उस बोली हुई बात को जज के सामने स्थित कर दूं अपने आप दोबारा. You see, so Article 20 Clause 3 of the Constitution says that no citizen of India shall have any kind of obligation to make any self-incriminating activities before the police. तो अगर आपने अपने विरोध में कुछ बोला तो आपको जब तक वो जज के सामने खुले माहौल में आसानी के व्यवस्था में नहीं बोला जाएगा तब तक उसकी कोई वैल्यू नहीं होगी. लेकिन ईडी के लिए ये एक एक्स्ट्रा पुश डाल दिया गया है जिसने आर्टिकल 20 क्लॉज 3 से ईडी के पावर्स को क्लैश करा दिया. Right. Another, for example, extra powers given to ED are search and seizure power. कि मतलब ED बिना, let's say for example, एक उसमें, let's say you have something called the ECIR, which is known as the Enforcement Case Information Report. तो अब जो मामले होते हैं मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग के, उन मामलों में आपके पास FIR फाइल नहीं होती है, आपके पास ECIR फाइल होती है. तो इसका कहने का अर्थ ये है कि एनफोर्समेंट केस इंफॉर्मेशन रिपोर्ट. Okay, so if for example, if a ECIR has been filed against me, that allegation has been made against me with regard to the, what you can call the creation of a, let's say if an allegation has been made against me for laundering money by corruption, okay, तो वो allegation जो file होगी वो ECIR के रूप में file होगी. It's a kind of an FIR, but it is done for specially money laundering cases, and this ECIR is registered by the Enforcement Directorate. अब इस ECIR का मतलब ये होता है कि अगर एक बार किसी व्यक्ति के अगेंस्ट ECIR रजिस्टर हो सकती है तो ED उस व्यक्ति के घर पे सर्च एंड सीजर कर सकती है. ठीक है, और उसके बाद उस व्यक्ति को कस्टडी में भी ले सकती है. राइट, इफ a person is, let's say, named in the ECIR in any format, whether he is named, let's say for example, as a, if a person is named in the ECIR as a, either number one, maybe he is named as a accused, or let's say for example, if even if he's let's say in a way notified as not an accused but as a witness, अगर ECIR में वो किसी भी प्रकार से किसी भी तरह engaged है, मतलब if any kind of a, let's say, name has been given against that person with regard to the ECIR, तो ED उसके घर में जाके सर्च एंड सीजर कर सकती है और उस व्यक्ति को कस्टडी में भी ले सकती है. और मजे की बात यह है कि ED जब सर्च एंड सीजर कर रही होगी या उसे कस्टडी में ले रही होगी, तब उस व्यक्ति को उसके खिलाफ क्या एलिगेशंस लगे हैं उसको बताने की कोई बाध्यता नहीं है. मतलब जैसे आपको पता है कि आर्टिकल 22 क्लॉज 1 को अगर आप देखें कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के, if you take a look at article 22 clause 1 of the constitution, it says that any person who is detained or arrested has a fundamental right to be told the grounds of his arrest. अगर आपने किसी व्यक्ति को अरेस्ट किया है तो उसका फंडामेंटल राइट है उसके ग्राउंड्स ऑफ अरेस्ट को करने का. ठीक, पहली बात ये. अब इसमें क्या लिखा है कि एक तो पहली बात कि ED जाके सर्च एंड सीजर और कस्टडी में ले सकती है उस व्यक्ति को बिना उसको बताए कि उसके अगेंस्ट एलिगेशन क्या लगाए गए हैं. कि वो अक्यूज्ड है या विटनेस, उसको ये भी नहीं पता चलेगा कि मेरे खिलाफ आरोप है या फिर मैं विटनेस हूं. अगर ED के खाते में आपका नाम आ गया ECIR में, या तो आप अक्यूज्ड हैं या विटनेस हैं या कोई कॉम्प्लिस हैं, तो ECIR बनने के बाद ED का कोई दारोमदार नहीं बनता है आपको बताना कि आपको सर्च करने का, सीजर करने का या आपको कस्टडी में लेने का ग्राउंड क्या है, वो आपके अगेंस्ट क्या चार्ज लगाए हैं, किसने चार्ज लगाए हैं, इसका डिटेल नहीं देंगे। ये पीएमएलए को 2019 में चेंज करके बनाया गया। तो यहां पर पीएमएलए टकरा गया आर्टिकल 22 क्लॉज 1 से। तो एक तरफ आप देख रहे हैं, यू कैन सी फ्रॉम वन पर्सपेक्टिव, पीएमएलए गॉट स्टक, मतलब एटलीस्ट इट स्ट्रक द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल और फंडामेंटल राइट्स विद आर्टिकल 20 क्लॉज 3, वेयर ईडी के सामने अगर आपने कोई बयान दिया और ईडी ने अगर उस बयान को रजिस्टर कर लिया तो उसको कोर्ट में आपके खिलाफ एविडेंस की तरह पेश किया जा सकता है, जो कि आर्टिकल 20 क्लॉज 3 का वायलेशन है। दैट्स पॉइंट नंबर 1। पॉइंट नंबर 2 इज दैट इफ ईडी इज गेटिंग योर नेम अंडर एन ईसीआईआर, एक तरह की एनफोर्समेंट केस इंफॉर्मेशन रिपोर्ट होती है जो कि इट्स एफआईआर फॉर द एनफोर्समेंट डायरेक्टरेट एंड पीएमएलए, then for that matter the ECIR can become a ground to arrest you, to take you into custody. But why under what grounds have you been arrested or taken into custody shall not be revealed to you. That is what we understand with the ECIR. Are we clear? And another thing which is important about the enforcement directorate is that a person can remain in custody only on the basis of speculation. A person can remain in custody only on the basis of speculation, comma, and a person can remain in custody only on the basis of speculation, and the custody does not depend upon the proving of the charges. मतलब आप उस व्यक्ति को तब तक कस्टडी में रख सकते हो जब तक आपको उस पे स्पेकुलेशन है। किसी भी तरह से अगर आपको एक प्राइमा फेसी केस दिख रहा है कि उस व्यक्ति ने कुछ गलत किया है तो आप उसको कस्टडी में रख सकते हो। लेकिन जब अगर आप उस व्यक्ति के अगेंस्ट कुछ डेलिबरेटली प्रूव नहीं कर पाते हैं तो वो नॉन प्रूविंग ऑफ द चार्जेस कि उसने डायरेक्टली मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग में कुछ किया है क्या नहीं किया है, उस आधार पे आप उस व्यक्ति को कस्टडी से रिहा करोगे। ऐसी कोई ऑब्लिगेशन नहीं है उससे। सरकार कोर्ट अगर उसको बेल दे देगा तो दे देगा, नहीं देगा तो आप उसको इन्वेस्टिगेशन और इंक्वायरी के नाम पे आप उसको परपेचुअली कस्टडी में रख सकते हैं। ठीक, नाउ जस्ट टेक अ लुक एट दिस पार्ट व्हिच आई एम ट्राइंग टू इंडिकेट टू यू. We are looking at, first of all, the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, and I'm trying to explain to you how does the PMLA work. Money laundering is an offense under the PMLA, and the special police which has been created for enforcing the provisions of PMLA is the Enforcement Directorate. It is an investigative agency, okay, which has been created under the sections of the PMLA, and the role of the Enforcement Directorate is to take a look at all the activities of money laundering. So it is not what you can call involved in the investigation of a crime, but if the proceeds of the crime are used by the person in a money laundering, then the ED gets involved only to that extent, right? Now ED is a kind of a special police force which is created under the PMLA, but ED has been given certain very specific powers which are much more than any other police organization in the world, in the country, the CBI or the Indian Police Services. They don't have the same powers as ED. Some exceptional extraordinary powers have been given to the ED, and these exceptional and extraordinary powers were given to the ED by the Prevention of Money Laundering Act amendment made in 2019. Okay, so just take a look at this part. The center has issued a notification, this is 2019, on certain changes in the PMLA, some of which tend to treat money laundering as a standalone crime and also expand the ambit of proceeds of crime to assets that may have been derived from any other criminal activity related to schedule offences. Under the Act, Enforcement Directorate is empowered to conduct money laundering investigation. ये वाली बात आपको याद रखनी पड़ेगी. The most crucial statements are the deletion of provisions, section 17 subsection 1, search and seizure, and section 18, doing away with the prerequisite of an FIR or charge sheet by other agencies that are authorized to probe the offences listed under the PMLA. तो अगर उस व्यक्ति के अगेंस्ट FIR नहीं भी है और अगर चार्जशीट नहीं भी बनी है, लेकिन अगर उस व्यक्ति के अगेंस्ट PMLA में ECIR करा दी गई, what is known as the enforcement complaint identity number, information number. सो ECIR करने से उस व्यक्ति के अगेंस्ट PMLA की प्रोसीडिंग्स शुरू हो जाएंगी. उस व्यक्ति के लिए FIR करने की आवश्यकता को हटा दिया गया है. ठीक है. Another important change is the insertion of an explanation in section 44. The jurisdiction of the special court while dealing with the offence under this act during this investigation, inquiry, or trial under this act shall not be dependent upon any orders passed in respect of the schedule offences, and the trial of both sets of offences by the same court shall not be construed as a joint trial. ठीक है, इसको आप थोड़ा सा भी रख सकते हैं साइड में. Take a look at this. Section 45 clarifies that all PMLA offences will be cognizable and non-bailable. Therefore, ED officers are empowered to arrest an accused without warrant, subject to certain conditions. ठीक? This is the power that has been given to the ED. Take a look at this paragraph here. इसको पढ़िए एक बार पैराग्राफ को. ठीक है, तो you get a sense of what I'm talking about in terms of facts. You have the enforcement case information report ECIR. If it is filed, then the ED can summon any person and order a search or seizure of a person or arrest that person. And for that particular activity, it is not necessary to give reasons to that person. तो ये वाला जो पॉइंट है, ये डायरेक्टली आपका आर्टिकल 20 क्लॉज, इनफैक्ट 22 क्लॉज 1 से जाके भिड़ जाता है, क्योंकि आर्टिकल 22 क्लॉज 1 में दे रखा है कि अगर किसी व्यक्ति के अगेंस्ट किसी प्रकार की अरेस्ट करा जाता है तो ही इज एंटाइटल्ड टू नो द ग्राउंड ऑफ हिज अरेस्ट. पर यहाँ पर देखिए, summons is issued to a person, he is unaware of the reason, but must nevertheless attend and answer all questions and submit the documents asked for it. The petitioners argued that this left any investigation, issue of summons and decisions to order a search, seizure or arrest completely at the whim of the ED officials. बिना किसी कारण बताए आप उसको समन करके आप उसको अरेस्ट कर सकते हैं, और अगर आपने उसको कारण नहीं बताया तो दैट इज गोइंग टू बी अ वायलेशन ऑफ आर्टिकल 22 क्लॉज 1. तो इस बेसिस पे ईडी को यहाँ पर एक तरह से मतलब चैलेंज किया गया था. ठीक है, और दूसरा एक जो पार्ट है with regard to the amendments made to the PMLA, the second part is what basically we can take a look at is about what you can call self incrimination. ये वाला पार्ट देखिए एक बार, which is another power which has been given to the ED. This is an argument made by Kapil Sibal, who was the person in a way challenging the constitutionality of the PMLA, and the special powers given to the ED before the Supreme Court. Just take a look at this. Okay, so basically the point that we are taking a look at is this, that the PMLA amendment made in 2019, which gave special powers to the ED, was subjected to constitutional, let's say for example, subjected to judicial review before the Supreme Court for violating fundamental rights under Article 20 Clause 3 and Article 22 Clause 1. Right against self-incrimination and right to know the grounds of one's arrest because of the special powers given to the ED. ये वाला कोर्ट था, ये वाला केस था सुप्रीम कोर्ट के सामने, राइट. This was the case before the Supreme Court. If the Supreme Court had struck down these powers of the ED under Article 20 Clause 3 and 22 Clause 1 as being unconstitutional, then the arrests that you see currently would not have been made, because it is a matter of fact, as the ED itself has proved in a way, stated before the court, that currently the arrest of, for example, a person like Mr. Kejriwal, Mr. Sisodia, or even Mr. Hemant Soren is based upon what is called prima facie evidence, including the statements made by these people during investigations. But today, even the ED has put on record that proof of any kind of a direct, money laundering, etc., has not yet been garnered. We are currently undergoing through investigation to find that out, but that proof has not yet been produced before a court. Okay, so the ED gets the ability to keep a person under custody without proof, making it very hard to get a bail, and also without telling the person the grounds of arrest, and also the fact that the ED can use an statement made by the person against the person himself. These were the challenges which were made before the Supreme Court with regard to the constitutional validity of certain articles of the Constitution. And the Supreme Court, in this manner, gave the judgment that there is nothing unconstitutional with the PMLA amendments. So it rejected the, what you can say, the Supreme Court rejected the amendments made to the PMLA. Sorry, the Supreme Court rejected the constitutional validity of the amendments made to the PMLA, stating there is nothing unconstitutional about these amendments. Okay, so thus, after the Supreme Court had given a kind of a constitutional validity stamp to the PMLA, PMLA was sharpened and ED was empowered further to create investigation against certain people, and that is what you are seeing live in action today, right? So that's the whole and soul of what I can, in a way, take a look at with regard to the coverage of Enforcement Directorate and the PMLA with regard to these points in terms of the questions of the ideas. Where does Article 22 Clause 1, where does it say under ordinary law, not but under preventive detention law? You are not looking at, see, the Prevention of Money Laundering Act is not a preventive detention law, right? Preventive detention law is completely different in terms of its significance. PMLA is a criminal law, which is not proved as a preventive detention law. You're not preventing any kind of an activity from happening. You're already investigating into some activity which you claim has happened, right? So it is not included under the preventive detention law, right? A POTA or a TADA or a MACOCA or all of these things can be under the UAPA can be preventive detention law, but the PMLA, a preventive detention law, is supposed to prevent something from happening. A PMLA punishes something which has happened, which is money laundering. Of course, you can say it wants to prevent the further money laundering, but that is true for every crime. If you want to take a person who has committed a murder and put him in jail, you can make the argument that you're preventing that person from committing more murders. In that sense, everything is a preventive detention law. But technically speaking, it is post-crime, not pre-crime, that the PMLA has been created, and therefore it is not a part of the preventive detention activities. It is a part of an ordinary law. Okay. All right. So this is about PMLA. I hope that you've got the point I'm trying to make in this one, right? Few things to remember over here is what is the nature of PMLA, what is the nature of what you can call money laundering, Enforcement Directorate as a special agency, Enforcement Case Information Report, ECIR is like an FIR with regard to the PMLA. And also in addition to that, you can take a look at how the new powers which are given to the PMLA are sharpening the clause of the PMLA to take control of people who are allegedly involved in money laundering, and how these new powers were subjected to a constitutional challenge. But this constitutional challenge could not sustain. The Supreme Court declared the PMLA amendments 2019 as completely legal, and therefore the PMLA is now seen in application. That is what basically we are trying to take a look at. Okay, now we've done the three parts, right? Okay, let's take a look at the fourth one. Amendments made to the RTI Act through the Data Protection Bill and third party information, right? We'll take a look at this entirely now. The Right to Information Act. Just let me introduce this slightly. RTI is a part of governance. It is extremely important even for the prelims examination. You've seen a few questions in the previous years from the RTI Act. RTI Act was introduced in 2005. I'm going to give you a brief summary of how the RTI Act functions. Like, please take a note of this. A kind of a background of the RTI Act overall. RTI Act was created by the Parliament of India in 2005, right? It is an act which in a way guarantees the right to information to all citizens. Please make sure that you know that RTI is only given to citizens, not to persons. RTI Act guarantees the right to information to all citizens, not persons, only citizens. Okay, and again I'll repeat, RTI Act gives the right to information to all citizens, and the RTI Act is applicable to what you can call all public authorities within the territory of India. You see, first thing that we understand about RTI is that only public authorities can be subjected to RTI. If you come under the definition of a public authority, only then you can be subjected to a right to information, right? Now, just to give a sense of this, what is a public authority? A body made by the law of parliament. अगर parliament ने कोई law बनाया है तो उसे public authority कहा जाएगा. जैसे for example the Reserve Bank of India. Law of state legislature, अगर राज्य सरकार ने, राज्य के विधान ने अगर कोई लॉ बनाया है तो उसे स्टेट लेजिस्लेचर ने बनाया है तो उसे पब्लिक अथॉरिटी कहा जाएगा. अगर यूनियन एग्जीक्यूटिव ने बनाया है तो भी उसे पब्लिक अथॉरिटी कहा जाएगा. ओके, एंड अगर स्टेट एग्जीक्यूटिव ने बनाया है तो भी उसे पब्लिक अथॉरिटी कहा जाएगा. और अगर कोई बॉडी संविधान में बनी हुई है, जिसे हम कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल बॉडी कहते हैं, तो भी उसे पब्लिक अथॉरिटी कहा जाएगा. if let's say for example law is made in regard to the constitutional body, for example finance commission या election commission या comptroller and auditor general, संवैधानिक अगर कोई पीठ है तो उसे आप पब्लिक बॉडी कहें, पब्लिक अथॉरिटी कहेंगे. और अगर मान के चलिए कोई प्राइवेट बॉडी है लेकिन भारत सरकार मतलब या केंद्र सरकार has more than 50% share in that body, तो उसको पब्लिक अथॉरिटी कहा जाएगा। जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल मान के चलिए कि भारत सरकार ने किसी एक प्राइवेट कंपनी के संग कोई पीपीपी बनाया, पब्लिक प्राइवेट पार्टनरशिप, लेकिन भारत सरकार की उस पीपीपी में जो शेयर की गणना है वो 50% से ऊपर है। इफ द गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया हैज शेयर्स वर्थ 50% मोर देन द प्राइवेट पार्टी, मतलब इट हैज 50% प्लस वन शेयर, मेजॉरिटी शेयर होल्डर, तो आप उसको पब्लिक अथॉरिटी की डेफिनेशन में डालेंगे। You see, so the definition of public authority is a law made by the parliament, law of a body which is made by law of parliament, like RBI, law of state legislature, union executive, state executive, constitutional body, or a private body in which the government has more than 50% shareholding. That's basically what you can call a body against which an RTI can be made. RTI, Suchana ka Adhikar, is a statutory right given under Section 3 of the Right to Information Act, by which an information can be provided by the government public authority on the request made by the person who is making that particular application. That's basically what we understand with regard to the first part of the RTI. ठीक है, अब RTI जो बनाने का प्रोसीजर है वो मैं आपको बिल्कुल सरल तरीके से इस चार्ट में एक्सप्लेन कर दूंगा, जिससे कि आप इसको नोट करके प्रीलिम्स के क्वेश्चंस में RTI को देख सकते हैं। देखिएगा जरा इस बात को। जो व्यक्ति RTI लगाता है उसको कहते हैं एप्लीकेंट, आवेदनकर्ता। You see, this is the point about the RTI, is that a person who in a way places the RTI is known as an applicant. Okay, now once the RTI has been placed by a person, ठीक है, अगर कोई व्यक्ति RTI लगा देगा, मान के चलिए पब्लिक अथॉरिटी है, if this is a public authority, right, and the question is, if an RTI is made against a public authority, then the person sitting in the public authority against whom, matlab, who is responsible to give answers to the RTI is known as the public information officer. इस व्यक्ति को जिसको RTI का उत्तर देना है उसको कहेंगे पब्लिक अथॉरिटी में पब्लिक इंफॉर्मेशन ऑफिसर, PIO, right? So if you have to identify a person or an office who is supposed to respond to the right to informations, अगर आपने right to information application डाली और वो व्यक्ति जिसको RTI का जवाब देना है आपको, अगर आपको उसको समझना है कौन है, तो वो है पब्लिक इंफॉर्मेशन ऑफिसर, PIO। ठीक है, PIO दो भागों में बांटा जा सकता है, एक है CPIO जिसको कहते हैं कि सेंट्रल पब्लिक इंफॉर्मेशन ऑफिसर, और दूसरा है SPIO विच इज कॉल्ड द स्टेट पब्लिक इंफॉर्मेशन ऑफिसर। अगर वो जो पब्लिक अथॉरिटी है अगर वो केंद्र सरकार के अंदर है तो वहां पर CPIO होगा, और अगर राज्य सरकार के अंदर है तो वहां पर SPIO होगा। ठीक, that's basically what we take a look at with regard to this particular activity. Now if we take a look at this one, पब्लिक इंफॉर्मेशन ऑफिसर ने अगर आपको आपके RTI का रिस्पॉन्स दे दिया तो बहुत अच्छी बात है, और अगर मान के चलिए आपके RTI का रिस्पॉन्स, मतलब रिस्पॉन्स जो दिया, अगर आप उससे ना खुश हैं, if you're not happy with the response that the public information officer has given to you, then you can make an appeal against the public information officer to what is known as the immediate superior of the PIO. जैसे मान के चलिए बहुत सिंपल तरीके से कि अगर आपने किसी यूनिवर्सिटी के अगेंस्ट RTI डाली जो कि केंद्र सरकार के अंदर है, राइट, इट्स अ सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी, एंड द लेट्स से फॉर एग्जांपल द chancellor of that university, or in fact sorry, the vice chancellor of that university is the PIO. PIO कोई अलग पोजीशन नहीं होती है, कोई ना कोई एक व्यक्ति जो हेड ऑफ डिपार्टमेंट पे बैठा होता है उसी को PIO बना जाता है। मतलब PIO is not a separate entry. Any person who's sitting at the head of any department also has to play the simultaneous role of the public information officer. There is no new kind of a public information officer which is appointed in cases. Okay, once the public information officer give you a response of the RTI, and if you are not satisfied with the response, then you can appeal against the order or the letter given by the public information officer to the immediate superior, for example in this case the chancellor of the university. ठीक, मतलब जो चांसलर है यूनिवर्सिटी का उसके अगेंस्ट अगर आप वो करेंगे, मतलब अपील करनी है तो आप उसको कर सकते हैं. तो आपको जो पहला एपेलेट अथॉरिटी होती है आरटीआई में, पीआईओ के नॉन रिस्पॉन्सिवनेस के अगेंस्ट, इफ द पीआईओ इज नॉन रिस्पॉन्सिव, मतलब if the PIO is not giving you satisfactory answers, then the what you can say, the petition of appeal can be taken to his immediate superior who is sitting right over the PIO, right? And in this case it is vice chancellor का immediate superior chancellor होता है, right? So that is what you get in terms of the RTI. And after that what you do basically is that once you have taken the appeal to the immediate officer, और अगर immediate officer भी अगर आपको अपील का उत्तर सही नहीं दे रहा है, तब अगर आपको एक फाइनल अपील करनी है against the activities of the against the non-responsiveness of the PIO and the immediate authority, तब आप जा सकते हैं जिसको हम कहते हैं सेंट्रल इंफॉर्मेशन कमीशन, CIC. और अगर राज्य की बात है तो राज्य में भी एक कमीशन बनेगी जिसका नाम होगा स्टेट इंफॉर्मेशन कमीशन. So basically it is divided according to the government departments. If the government department is a central government department, the appeal will go to the Central Information Commission. If the government department is a state government department, then the appeal will go to the State Information Commission, right? The final appeal with regard to matters of information lie with the Central Information Commission. The order which is given by Central Information Commission, अगर मान लीजिए यहाँ से कोई सूचना आप निकालना चाह रहे हैं, आपने पहले पीआईओ के सामने एप्लीकेशन डाली, पीआईओ ने एप्लीकेशन रिजेक्ट कर दी, आप उसके अगेंस्ट में उसके सुपीरियर पे अपील करने गए, उसने भी आपकी एप्लीकेशन रिजेक्ट कर दी, आप उस सुपीरियर को लेके अपील करने गए सेंट्रल इंफॉर्मेशन कमीशन दिल्ली. यहां पर अगर कोई अपील आ गई आपके पास और अगर सेंट्रल इंफॉर्मेशन कमीशन ने बोला कि ये सूचना देने योग्य है, this information deserves to be disclosed, if he decides that, then the CIC will put a pressure upon or will put an order upon the public information to get this information from his department and give it to the applicant. This is how a very simple structure of the right to information works. In a very summary manner, I am elaborating for you how the system of the right to information works. Are we clear about it, class? Okay, and once the Central Information Commission has given an order, no further appeal lies from there. मतलब आप किसी कोर्ट के पास नहीं जा सकते. Courts are barred from exercising any kind of a jurisdiction with regard to the right to information. There is no possibility of taking RTI to a court. आप आरटीआई को सुप्रीम हाई कोर्ट के सामने नहीं लेके जा सकते. तो अगर सेंट्रल इंफॉर्मेशन कमीशन की जो मतलब आपकी जो अपील है, अगर उससे आप संतुष्ट नहीं है तो वो फिर आपका मतलब फाइनल स्टेज है. यू कैन नॉट गो एनी फर्दर देन द सेंट्रल इंफॉर्मेशन कमीशन विद रिगार्ड टू क्रिएटिंग एन अपील. डू वी अंडरस्टैंड दिस क्लास? Right, so this is the first structure about it, and that is what basically brings us to understanding slightly importantly what is the nature of a Central Information Commission. So Central Information Commission very simply can be understood as the final appellate authority of all the RTIs in the central government departments of India. जो फाइनल अथॉरिटी होती है अपील करने के लिए, the final authority which is supposed to be there in with regard to appeal in terms of the central government based RTIs, that is the Central Information Commission, right? और अब सेंट्रल इंफॉर्मेशन कमीशन के सामने अगर आप अपील डालेंगे तो सेंट्रल इंफॉर्मेशन कमीशन उस अपील को डिस्पोज करेगी, उसके बाद कोई और चारा नहीं है. तो जो मेन पावर होती है सेंट्रल इंफॉर्मेशन कमीशन की, दैट इज नंबर 1, 2 powers are given. First of all, it is the final appellate authority. If a question like this comes, what is the final appellate authority with regard to RTIs? It is the CIC. And second, also, that any kind of a complaint which is made against the CIC, any kind of a complaint which is made against the CIC, any kind of a complaint which is made against the public information officer, a PIO, that complaint is going to be decided by the CIC. तो अगर कोई पब्लिक इंफॉर्मेशन ऑफिसर सूचना के अधिकार के तहत काम नहीं करता है तो उसके अगेंस्ट डिसिप्लिनरी एक्शन लेने की पावर होती है CIC की. और अगर कोई एपेलेट अथॉरिटी, मतलब अगर कोई पब्लिक इंफॉर्मेशन ऑफिसर अगर किसी कारणवश RTI रिजेक्ट कर देता है तो उस रिजेक्शन से अपील सेंट्रल इंफॉर्मेशन कमीशन के पास जाता है. दिस इज व्हाट बेसिकली वी टॉक अबाउट द CIC, राइट? एंड देयरफॉर दिस इज व्हाट मेक्स CIC स्लाइटली इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर अस. अब हम थोड़ा सा अपने करंट अपडेट्स पे आ जाते हैं जो कि इंपॉर्टेंट है हमारे लिए, जिससे कि क्वेश्चन बन सकते हैं. थोड़ा ध्यान दीजिएगा इस चीज पे. पहला क्वेश्चन ये है कि व्हाट इज द कॉम्पोजिशन ऑफ द CIC. CIC के अंदर कितने मेंबर्स होते हैं. और दूसरा क्वेश्चन ये है कि सिलेक्शन प्रोसीजर क्या है CIC का. ठीक, अब इसके बिल्कुल सरल उत्तर मैं आपको जल्दी जल्दी दूंगा, उसके बाद आपको एक्ट पढ़ाएंगे. कॉम्पोजिशन CIC का बहुत सिंपल है. फर्स्ट, देयर इज गोइंग टू बी वन पर्सन नोन एज द चीफ इंफॉर्मेशन कमिश्नर. वन पर्सन नोन एज द चीफ इंफॉर्मेशन कमिश्नर, जो CIC का हेड होता है, चेयरपर्सन. और उसके बाद क्या है कि आप अधिक से अधिक, यू कैन हैव 10 मैक्सिमम मेंबर्स of the CIC. Okay, you can have maximum 10 members of the CIC. 1 plus 10, maximum 10 members in the Central Information Commission. That's basically the composition of it. And what is the selection procedure? Selection procedure is very simply a search cum selection committee is created under the RTI Act for selecting these members of the CIC, and it is a 3-membered body. A search cum selection commission is a 3-membered body which is supposed to, a search cum selection committee is a 3-membered body which is supposed to identify the people who can become members of the Central Information Commission, which includes Chief Information Commission and 10 maximum members of the CIC. Okay, so the search cum selection committee includes, number 1, the Prime Minister of India. Number 2, the leader of opposition or the leader of the largest party in the Lok Sabha. And third, a union minister nominated by the Prime Minister. You see, this is what is known as a search cum selection committee. The Prime Minister, leader of opposition in Lok Sabha or the largest party in the Lok Sabha, and a union minister nominated by the Prime Minister. It is a three-membered body which is supposed to give a kind of a selection to the Chief Information Commissioner and the 10 maximum numbers of the Chief Information Central Information Commission. This is a selection process. Class, are we getting it? आपको ये वाली बात समझ में आ रही है? Class, are you able to take this down? I'm doing it slightly jaldi. I'm sure that we have to be sure to cover maximum amount. But आपको समझ में आ रहा है ना कि सेंट्रल इंफॉर्मेशन कमीशन के दो पर्पसेस क्या है? एपेलेट अथॉरिटी होती है और कंप्लेंट डिस्पोज करती है इंफॉर्मेशन कमीशन के अगेंस्ट, इंफॉर्मेशन ऑफिसर के अगेंस्ट. और उसके बाद करंट अपडेट का काम यह है कि आज के समय में सेंट्रल इंफॉर्मेशन कमीशन और स्टेट इंफॉर्मेशन कमीशन पूरी तरह से लचर पड़ी हुई है, मतलब उनके अपॉइंटमेंट नहीं किए जा रहे हैं. ठीक. और इसी के विरोध में, सरकार के विरोध में एक पीआईएल सुप्रीम कोर्ट में पड़ी हुई है, अंजलि भारद्वाज वर्सेस यूनियन ऑफ इंडिया, which is saying that the CIC and the SICs are not put for vacancy. There are so many vacancies, and because of the rising number of vacancies, the appeals which are pending at the CIC and the SIC level are undisposed. है ना? इसीलिए the idea about how the composition of the CIC is maintained in the RTI Act can become relevant for the prelims question. One Chief Information Commissioner and 10 maximum members of the CIC. ये तो आपका वो होता है total composition, right? And in addition to the question is ki who are responsible for, in a way, appointing members to the CIC, and the answer is a three-membered body called the Search cum Selection Committee for the Central Information Commission, composed of Prime Minister, Leader of Opposition and Union Minister. तो अगर क्वेश्चन पूछते हैं कि किसका दारोमदार है कि वैकेंसीज को समय पे भरा जाए, वो इस बॉडी का है, और ये बॉडी अपना काम नहीं कर रही है. इसीलिए सुप्रीम कोर्ट को इन्वॉल्व किया जा रहा है कि इस मैटर में सुप्रीम कोर्ट को हस्तक्षेप करना चाहिए, क्योंकि जो सीआईसी का जो अपॉइंटमेंट है वो नहीं हो रहा है, और अपॉइंटमेंट नहीं होने की वजह से इंफॉर्मेशन कमीशन में पेंडेंसी बढ़ी हुई है. राइट? This is all a part of your current updates now. Take a look at the date of this article, November 14, 2023, when the PIL is maintained before the Supreme Court, October 30, 2023. SC TAP Center for Information on Vacancies, Pendency in SCICs and SICs. The CIC, the apex body under the RTI Act, is itself functioning without a Chief Information Commission. The 4 functioning information commissioners are also due to retire on November 26. तो ये वाला जो मैटर है इसीलिए न्यूज में आया था. आरटीआई आपके गवर्नेंस का पार्ट है, बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट पार्ट कहा जाता है आरटीआई यूपीएससी के लेवल पे. तो इसको थोड़ा सा आप समझने की कोशिश करिए कि हम जो कर रहे हैं वो क्यों कर रहे हैं और क्यों इस पर ध्यान देना जरूरी है, क्योंकि आपके प्रीलिम्स के पेपर के नंबर इससे कुछ बंधे हुए हैं. Class, am I able to make my point over here? Why we have to understand this part? ओके, तो ये आरटीआई के अगेंस्ट पहला जो करंट अपडेट तो है वो ये है। अब दूसरा करंट अपडेट क्या है? वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट व्हाट इज नोन एज थर्ड पार्टी इंफॉर्मेशन अंडर द आरटीआई। ठीक है, अब थोड़ा ध्यान दीजिएगा इस चीज पे। If you take a look at the RTI Act, there is something called third party information in the RTI Act. Coming to the final point of discussion for covering this part. Okay. Now, if you take a look at RTI Act, the question that we're asking is basically this: that if, for example, an RTI is filed with the public information officer, okay, let's say if an RTI is filed before a public information officer, before a PIO, if an RTI is filed before a PIO, then the question is, how can the PIO reject that RTI legally? What are the grounds upon which the PIO is exempt from disclosing information under the RTI? That is given under section 8. सेक्शन 8 है जो आरटीआई एक्ट का, उसमें वो सारे कारण दे रखे हैं जिनके अंदर पब्लिक इंफॉर्मेशन ऑफिसर आरटीआई की एप्लीकेशन को रिजेक्ट कर सकता है। ठीक है, जैसे कि फॉर एग्जांपल अव्वल कारण अगर आप देखें, इंफॉर्मेशन डिस्क्लोजर ऑफ विच वुड प्रेजुडिशियली अफेक्ट द सॉवरेनिटी एंड इंटेग्रिटी ऑफ इंडिया, the security, strategic, scientific or economic interest of the state, relation with foreign states or lead to incitement of an offense। तो अगर इस प्रकार की कोई इंफॉर्मेशन की डिमांड आरटीआई के अंतर्गत की जा रही है तो उस इंफॉर्मेशन को पब्लिक इंफॉर्मेशन ऑफिसर आरटीआई एक्ट के तहत ही रिजेक्ट कर सकता है। It can say that this information is something that will not be provided to the person under the RTI Act itself. Clear? That's the first point. And in addition to this, what we say is basically that the RTI will not be entertained by the PIO। ठीक, अब इस सेक्शन 8 के अंदर एक चीज दे रखी है जिसको कहते हैं थर्ड पार्टी इंफॉर्मेशन। सेक्शन 8(1)(j) में इसको पढ़िए एक बार। इसका कहने का अर्थ यह है कि अगर किसी इंफॉर्मेशन को अगर पीआईओ को रिजेक्ट करना है तो इसके बेसिस पे वो इस इंफॉर्मेशन को रिजेक्ट कर सकता है। इफ एनी काइंड ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन हैज टू बी रिजेक्टेड बाय अ पीआईओ, it can be rejected on the basis of this particular point. Information which relates to personal information, the disclosure of which has no relationship to any public activity or interest, or which would cause unwarranted invasion of the privacy of the individual unless the CPIO or the state public information officer or the appellate authority, as the case may be, is satisfied that the larger public interest justifies ऑफ सच इंफॉर्मेशन। तो इसमें कहने का अर्थ यह है कि अगर सरकार के पास किसी व्यक्ति की व्यक्तिगत इंफॉर्मेशन है और अगर उस व्यक्तिगत इंफॉर्मेशन को डिस्क्लोज करने से कोई लार्जर पब्लिक पर्पस मीट नहीं होता है तो फिर उस व्यक्तिगत इंफॉर्मेशन की डिमांड को रिजेक्ट किया जा सकता है। राइट? लेकिन अगर सीपीआईओ मतलब अगर सीपीआईओ या फिर इवन सीआईसी को ये लगता है कि उस व्यक्तिगत इंफॉर्मेशन देने से लार्जर इंटरेस्ट पब्लिक का अगर सॉल्व होता है तो उस व्यक्तिगत इंफॉर्मेशन को दिया भी जा सकता है। तो क्लॉज ये था कि पर्सनल इंफॉर्मेशन अगर किसी सरकार के पास पड़ी है, जैसे मान लीजिए मेरी कोई मार्कशीट सरकार के पास पड़ी है, अब मेरे एडमिशन को या मेरे मतलब किसी एक तरह के एग्जामिनेशन के क्लियर करने को किसी ने क्वेश्चन कर लिया और आरटीआई लगा दिया और मैंने कहा कि मेरी मार्कशीट मेरी पर्सनल इंफॉर्मेशन है, उसमें मेरे मार्क्स हैं, उसमें मेरी डेट ऑफ बर्थ है, ये सब मुझे नहीं रिवील कर दिया, तो पीआईओ इस बेसिस पे उस पर्सनल इंफॉर्मेशन के डिस्क्लोजर को रोक सकता है इसके अंदर, लेकिन नहीं भी रोक सकता है। वो डिपेंड करेगा कि पर्सनल इंफॉर्मेशन का कैरेक्टर क्या है और उस पर्सनल इंफॉर्मेशन से एक जनरल पब्लिक पर्पस सॉल्व हो रहा है कि नहीं हो रहा है। दैट इज गोइंग टू बी अ फैक्टर व्हिच विल डिटरमाइन वेदर द पीआईओ इज गोइंग टू स्टॉप द पब्लिक पर्सनल इंफॉर्मेशन और नॉट स्टॉप द पर्सनल इंफॉर्मेशन। इसको देखिए एक बार, जस्ट टेक अ लुक एट दिस, ध्यान से बताइए क्योंकि मैं करंट अपडेट के लेवल पे ही एक बात बता रहा हूं आपको। ठीक, आप समझ पा रहे हैं? तो पर्सनल इंफॉर्मेशन दी भी जा सकती है, नहीं भी दी सकती, डिपेंड करता है सीपीआई के ऊपर और पब्लिक इंटरेस्ट क्या सॉल्व हो रहा है उस पर्सनल इंफॉर्मेशन से आरटीआई के अंदर। अब यहां देखिएगा सर, इस बात पे थोड़ा सा हल्ला मच रहा है। पार्लियामेंट ने, एज यू आर वेरी क्लियरली अवेयर दिस टाइम, Parliament has passed what is known as a Digital Personal Data Protection Act 2023. पार्लियामेंट ने डिजिटल पर्सनल डेटा प्रोटेक्शन एक्ट 2023 को पास कर दिया है। Parliament has passed Digital Data Protection Act 2023. This data act was long impending before the Parliament before it could pass. ठीक है, अब इसमें ना डिजिटल पर्सनल डेटा प्रोटेक्शन एक्ट का एक सेक्शन है जहां पर ये दे रखा है, टेक अ लुक एट दिस, सेक्शन 8 ऑफ द आरटीआई एक्ट, इन सबसेक्शन 1 and J, the following clauses shall be substituted. Information which relates to personal information. अब थोड़ा ध्यान दीजिएगा इस चीज पे, एक बार इसको पढ़िए। डेटा प्रोटेक्शन एक्ट के अंदर 2023 के अंदर ये लिखा है कि आरटीआई का सेक्शन 8(1)J को अमेंड कर दिया जाएगा और अमेंड करके जो जे में पहले लिखा था उसको हटा दिया जाएगा और जो यहां पर लिखा उसको लगा दिया जाएगा। पहले ये लिखा था, what was written earlier was that a information which is a personal information will not be disclosed unless it is solving some kind of a public interest. मतलब अगर कोई किसी की व्यक्तिगत इंफॉर्मेशन को निकालने से कोई लार्जर पब्लिक इंटरेस्ट अगर सॉल्व होता है तो आप उसे डिस्क्लोज कर सकते हो। मतलब सीपीआईओ कैन मेक अ डिस्क्लोजर ऑफ दैट इफ अ लार्जर पब्लिक इंटरेस्ट इज बीइंग सॉल्व्ड बाय दैट। अब उसको हटा दिया गया है और एक ब्लैंकेट प्रोविजन लगा दिया गया है, अ काइंड ऑफ अ ब्लैंकेट प्रोविजन हैज बीन प्रोवाइडेड व्हिच सेज दैट एनी इंफॉर्मेशन व्हिच इज पर्सनल इंफॉर्मेशन कैन बी रिजेक्टेड बाय द आरटीआई विद रिगार्ड टू द पीआईओ। यू सी, तो पीआईओ जो है वो किसी भी इंफॉर्मेशन को पर्सनल इंफॉर्मेशन अगर कैटेगराइज करता है, चाहे उसके डिस्क्लोजर से कितना ही बड़ा पब्लिक इंटरेस्ट ना मीट हो रहा हो, वो उस आरटीआई को रिजेक्ट कर सकता है। तो अगर आपने किसी की मार्कशीट मांग ली, मान के चलिए, तो उसमें यह प्रश्न नहीं पूछा जाएगा कि इस मार्कशीट के निकलने से या कोई एक निजी डॉक्यूमेंट निकलने से किस प्रकार का पब्लिक इंटरेस्ट क्रिएट होगा। जस्ट बिकॉज इट इज अ पब्लिक इंफॉर्मेशन, it will not be revealed at all under the RTI henceforth, and these changes have been made to the RTI Act in 2023 again by a lot of people. This is kind of created as a criticism of the RTI or of the government, that the government has deliberately done all of these things to cut down any possibility of getting RTIs out, क्योंकि इससे तो फिर क्या होगा कि पब्लिक इंफॉर्मेशन ऑफिसर किसी भी सूचना को व्यक्तिगत सूचना बना के उसको देने से मना कर देगा। ठीक है, और अगर छोटी सी भी कोई या फिर आप सूचना स्टोर इस तरह से करेंगे कि उसमें कुछ व्यक्तिगत सूचनाएं होंगी और व्यक्तिगत सूचना के आधार पर आप उसे मना कर देंगे और किसी भी प्रकार की संभावना रह नहीं जाएगी कि पब्लिक इंटरेस्ट को मानते हुए उस व्यक्तिगत सूचना को अगर बाहर निकाल दिया जाए. तो that has been criticized by a lot of people within the RTI fraternity in terms of people who deal with the RTI as a kind of a major dilution of the importance of the RTI Act. Do you see the point over here? So that's basically what we are trying to take a understanding of with regard to RTI. अब दोनों acts को आप compare करिए. यहाँ पर section 8J की जगह बस इतना लिख दिया जाएगा, मतलब ये सारी चीजें काट दी जाएंगी. All of this will be taken out. ठीक है, यहां से सब कुछ काट दिया जाएगा. And the only thing that will remain would be this. Information which relates to personal information. This is the only thing that will remain. Other things are going to be taken out. इसका मतलब है कि the PIO will have the power to reject any kind of information on the basis that it is a personal information without giving any due with regard to the public interest which was previously available. ये दो जो aspects है वो आपके right to information act को उस तरह से possible create कराते हैं. Class, do you get a sense of it? ठीक है, अच्छा हाँ, अब आपके प्रश्न थोड़ा सा देख लेते हैं. क्लास, वी आर कमिंग टू द एंड नाउ. दिस इज द maximum amount of data that I could disperse in the limited time we have. For the remaining, you can refer to the class notes or the videos previously given, etc., etc. But I feel that my agenda basically has been to give you the kind of information within the time frame that we have, which is a direct relevance for the prelims examination. मुझे कोई रुचि नहीं है इस समय आपकी बुद्धि का स्तर बढ़ाने में, आपको कोई नई चीज सिखाने में. मेरा आपका एग्जाम को लेकर एक उद्देश्य है कि आपके पास जो इंफॉर्मेशन यहाँ से जाए वो कहीं ना कहीं आपको एग्जाम में डायरेक्टली मिल जाए, right? And that is what has been most amount of focus in terms of curating a course in which we can take a maximum kind of a 2-a-day force of all the information which I feel is going to be relevant for the prelims examination this time. So I would urge you again to go through the notes that you have made or revisit the videos, etc., etc., right? This is the maximum I think I could have covered in the time period which has been prescribed to me. I'm sure there are things that are still due. I feel that those are still a shade lighter in terms of their hierarchy, लेकिन जो मुझे लग रहा था बहुत सारी important चीजें हैं. अब जितना हमारे पास टाइम फ्रेम था उसमें हम सब कुछ तो नहीं कर सकते, but ideally if we had more time we could have covered more. And I feel that this, however, at this point of time should be sufficient for you to get a sense of this. जितना डेटा आपने अभी लिखा है इतने 2-3-4 दिन में, और इसके पहले जो आपके एग्जाम्स थे उसमें मतलब जो क्रैश कोर्स था उसमें आप अगर इस डेटा को बार बार रिवाइज करेंगे तो मैंने डेटा उसी तरह से बनाया जिस तरह से कि करंट अपडेट और स्टैटिक पोर्शन का क्वेश्चंस आते हैं. प्रीलिम्स में ऑल द क्वेश्चंस ऑलवेज हैव टू कैटेगरीज. दे हैव अ रिच स्टैटिक बेस but they also have a very very sharp current update. अगर ये दो चीजें मिल जाती है तो आपका प्रीलिम्स का क्वेश्चन बन जाता है. अगर किसी का स्टैटिक बेस कमजोर है लेकिन न्यूज़पेपर में आ रहा है तो उसका इतना फायदा नहीं होगा, और अगर किसी का स्टैटिक पोर्शन बहुत स्ट्रांग है लेकिन न्यूज़पेपर में नहीं आ रहा है, करंट अपडेट्स में नहीं है, तो उसका फायदा नहीं होगा. अ गुड क्वेश्चन ऑन द प्रीलिम्स पेपर is one which has a nice a kind of a combination of both these elements, the static portion and the current updates portion. And when these two things come together, then you see the possibility of a question on the prelims examination. And what I have done in the time period is to give you as much information on those two categories as possible in the subjects of polity, IR, and now with the subject of governance, right? So that is going to be my time. If you have questions, you can ask me now. Otherwise, we can wrap it up. देखिए, मुझे लग रहा है कि इजराइल पैलेस्टीन अभी न्यूज़ मतलब कम से कम प्रीलिम्स के लिए इतना इंपॉर्टेंट अभी नहीं होगा, मेंस के लिए हो जाएगा, क्योंकि उसकी इवेंट्स उस तरह से डेवलप हुई नहीं है जिससे कि यू कैन गेट अ प्रीलिम्स का क्वेश्चन। बट जस्ट टू बी श्योर कि आपको इजराइल पैलेस्टीन में आप थोड़ा टाइम होता तो हम बता देते उसको, पर बस आप एक काम कर लीजिएगा, इजराइल पैलेस्टीन की ज्योग्राफी को थोड़ा सा देख लीजिएगा, ठीक है, मतलब गाजा पट्टी कहाँ पर है और बॉर्डर्स क्या क्या है, इंपॉर्टेंट एरियाज क्या हैं, रेड सी के आसपास जो क्वेश्चंस हैं, फॉर एग्जांपल रेड सी का लिटोरल क्या है, इनको देख लीजिएगा। बस एक बार आप अपने आप इजराइल पैलेस्टीन की ज्योग्राफी को थोड़ा सा आप देख के चले जाइएगा एग्जाम से पहले, ठीक है, एक तो ये चीज है। उसके अलावा जो मैंने ऑलरेडी एक चीज करा दी है, एब्राहम अकॉर्ड्स, अगर आप चाहें तो इनके बारे में पढ़ सकते हैं, यू कैन टेक अ लुक एट द what you can call the Abraham Accords, which is a kind of a peace treaty between the Arabs and the Jews in the West Asian region. Another thing that you can take a look at is a UNSC resolution on Gaza ceasefire during the month of Ramadan. जिसमें 15 में से 14 वोट मिले थे और अमेरिका ने जिसमें एब्सटेन किया था। ठीक है, so this is what basically we can take a look at with regard to the Israel Palestine. इतना अगर आप कर लेंगे कि चीजें अभी इतनी खास डेवलप हुई नहीं और अभी things are going, I don't think for the prelims examination outside of this part you will have anything which is going to be relevant. But yes, I would still recommend कि इजराइल पैलेस्टीन के आसपास की ज्योग्राफी आप कर लीजिएगा। जिस तरह से मैंने ब्लैक सी के आपको आसपास के रीजन्स बताए थे, उसी तरह से रेड सी के आसपास के रीजन्स प्लीज आप थोड़े से देख लीजिएगा, और वेस्ट एशिया की ज्योग्राफिकल एक्टिविटीज को देख लीजिएगा कि कौन सी कंट्री किस कंट्री से बॉर्डर रखती है। स्पेशली वेस्ट एशिया में ज्योग्राफिकल लेवल पे फोकस अपॉन जॉर्डन, फोकस अपॉन इजिप्ट which is in North Africa, focus upon Israel, Palestine, you can focus upon you can call, let's say, Libya, Syria, and Iran. इन सब कंट्रीज की ज्योग्राफी आपस में किस तरह से एक दूसरे से लगी हुई है, एक बार देख लीजिएगा कौन सी कंट्री किस कंट्री से बॉर्डर रखती है। इससे आपका एक संभवत क्वेश्चन आ सकता है इजराइल पैलेस्टीन के डिस्प्यूट पे। आउटसाइड ऑफ दिस आई डोंट थिंक देयर इज गोइंग टू बी मच रेलेवेंस इन दिस सेंस। ठीक है, अभी आपको जितना दे दिया मेरे ख्याल से उतना अगर आप कर लेंगे तो मेरे हिसाब से आपका प्रीलिम्स में कुछ ना कुछ फंस जाएगा। 3-4 क्वेश्चन आपके IR से फंस जाएंगे। द डेटा जितना हमने प्रोवाइड कराया ऑकस पे, कॉड पे, I2U2 पे, IPF पे, RCEP पे, यूरोप इंडिया FTA पे, ये सारे बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट करंट अपडेट्स के मैटर्स हैं। आप थोड़ा थोड़ा इनको देख के चले जाइएगा, जितना मटेरियल मैंने क्लास में दिया है एज अ लास्ट मिनट रिविजन, इससे कुछ ना कुछ आ जाएगा। गवर्नेंस में ही मैंने आपको एकदम पॉइंटेड वही चीजें दी है जो करंट अपडेट्स में है। RTI दिया है, लोकपाल दिया है, PMLA दिया है, और आपको वी हैव टेकन अ लुक एट द नेचर ऑफ द इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी रूल्स। अब पूरे गवर्नेंस के चैप्टर में अगर आप निकालेंगे तो सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट जो करंट अपडेट्स हैं वो यही है। These are the most important current updates in the last 12-15 months under the subject of governance. This is going to be sufficient. And also in polity, electoral bond scheme, और जो इतना सारा हमने फाइनेंस कमीशन की रिपोर्ट्स, GST का कॉम्पनसेशन से सुप्रीम कोर्ट के जजमेंट्स इतने सारे देखे, आई थिंक दे आर गोइंग टू बी सफिशिएंट। ऑफ कोर्स इट इज इम्पॉसिबल टू प्रिडिक्ट द एग्जामिनेशन, बट कुछ कुछ थीम समझ में आ जाती है इतने समय तक। अगर आप यूपीएससी को पेपर बनाते देखते हैं, यू सी what mindset UPSC has while it is creating questions, and I feel that what I have done is extracted data from the static portion and the current updates and mixed them together and delivered it to you as fast and as properly as possible, so that you have the maximum of it in the right understanding and capacity to be able to get a sense of what you can take a look at. सेक्शन 377 तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है एग्जामिनेशन के हिसाब से। यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड का ना मैं आपके सामने एक साइनॉप्सिस बना देता हूँ और थोड़ा ना मैं आपको रीडिंग मटेरियल प्रोवाइड कराऊंगा। यू आर ऑलरेडी गेटिंग द एनोटेशंस ऑफ द बोर्ड आई होप, बट लेट मी जस्ट क्रिएट अ लिटिल बिट ऑफ अ साइनॉप्सिस कि आपको यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड में क्या क्या पढ़ना है, आप अपने हिसाब से फिर निकाल के पढ़ लीजिएगा इसको, और थोड़ा सा डेटा भी मैं आपको पढ़ाऊंगा। देखिए पहला पढ़िएगा आप यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड में आर्टिकल 44. Naturally, Article 44 of the Constitution is the core of the Uniform Civil Code. That is a directive principle of state policy from which you can take a look at this. Second thing that you can take a look at with regard to the Uniform Civil Code is Law Commission reports. Okay. Now you take a look at, let's say for example, Law Commission report 21st. Okay. 21st लॉ कमीशन रिपोर्ट को एक बार आप देख लीजिएगा यूसीसी के लेवल पे. मतलब आपको लॉ कमीशन की रिपोर्ट नहीं पढ़नी है, आप गूगल पे जाके कोई ब्लॉग पढ़ लीजिएगा लॉ कमीशन की रिपोर्ट पे, एंड बेटर इंडियन एक्सप्रेस या हिंदू ने कोई आर्टिकल लिखा होगा इसके ऊपर, दैट यू कैन टेक अ लुक एट विद रिगार्ड टू द यूसीसी लॉ कमीशन रिपोर्ट. एंड देन ऑफ कोर्स देयर इज आल्सो द 22nd लॉ कमीशन, लेकिन इसने अभी तक अपनी रिपोर्ट निकाली नहीं है. जैसे मैंने आपको बताया था कि जस्टिस ऋतुराज अवस्थी is a chairman of the 22nd law commission, but this is currently pending, the report is not out. तो ये आपके prelims के लिए important नहीं है, लेकिन हाँ 21st law commission आपके लिए थोड़ी सी important हो सकती है. और law commission का chairman क्या था, UCC के बारे में उन्होंने क्या बोला था, इसका आप एक newspaper article निकाल के पढ़ लीजिएगा. उसके बाद जो आपको UCC पे पढ़ना है वो दो चीजें हैं. एक तो गोवा UCC के बारे में थोड़ा पढ़ लीजिएगा, right, the Portuguese civil code as it is called. कि इंडिया में आज के समय में 2 यूसीसी लागू है, उसमें से एक गोवा है. द नेम ऑफ दैट इज द पोर्चुगीज सिविल कोड 1867. थोड़ा सा इंटरनेट पे जाके आप इसको हल्का सा पढ़ लीजिएगा कि इसमें क्या क्या प्रावधान है और किस कंडीशंस में लगाया गया था. दिस इज गोइंग टू बी सफिशिएंट. एंड देन द लास्ट एंड द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट विद रिगार्ड टू करंट अपडेट इज उत्तराखंड यूसीसी. नाउ उत्तराखंड हैज बिकम द only state in India which has implemented a UCC after the independence of India. भारत के आज़ादी के बाद अगर किसी एक प्रदेश ने यूसीसी लगाया है तो वो उत्तराखंड है, और 2023-24 का ही काम है. तो उत्तराखंड यूसीसी के बारे में जाके थोड़ा सा आप न्यूज़पेपर से अपने अपडेट निकाल लीजिएगा. अगर आपने कर लिया यूसीसी के लिए तो मेरे ख्याल से पर्याप्त होगा प्रीलिम्स के एग्जामिनेशन के लिए. ठीक है, थोड़ा सा आपको तकल्लुफ करना पड़ेगा. मेरे पास समय होता तो मैं पूरा करा देता, लेकिन क्योंकि हम वी आर आउट ऑफ टाइम, आई वुड जस्ट आस्क यू टू रीड आर्टिकल 44 फ्रॉम द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन. टेक अ लुक एट द 21st लॉ कमीशन रिपोर्ट. और पूरी लॉ कमीशन रिपोर्ट नहीं पढ़नी है आपको, 21st लॉ कमीशन रिपोर्ट ऑन यूसीसी. आप इसको अगर गूगल पे टाइप करेंगे तो आपको इस पे बहुत डॉक्यूमेंट मिल जाएंगे, उनमें से अपने आप छांट के आप पढ़ लीजिएगा मेजर पॉइंट्स क्या हैं और चेयरमैन कौन है लॉ कमीशन का. ठीक, ये वाली बात. उसके बाद आप गोवा यूसीसी को थोड़ा सा पढ़ लीजिएगा ब्रीफली, जहां पर कि आपको समझ में आ जाए कि क्या क्या है गोवा यूसीसी के बारे में और उत्तराखंड यूसीसी के बारे में. अगर आपने ये कर लिया तो यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड में इससे बाहर किसी प्रकार का कोई प्रश्न नहीं आएगा. यू कैन बी कंप्लीटली अश्योर्ड दैट देयर इज नो possibility of creating a question on uniform civil code outside of this organization. ठीक है, बाकी किसी चीज के लिए I am going to possibly be available on the phone. I'm sure that some of you have messaged me but I was not able to respond because of the schedule etc. पर अगर आपको you have any kind of a query outside of this, you can reach out to me. My number is 9060066196. Right? Maybe in time we'll be able to connect with each other on issues that you feel are important. All right, ठीक है, all the best to you. Information that has been given to you has been given with a lot of intelligence around how it has to be selected. And again I will repeat, my aim is not to give you entertainment out of the subject or even to make you better aware about the world. My aim is a very simple, practical, utilitarian point, that whatever we are dealing with the class should come directly in your questions, right? And that has been the motivation for me to flood the content that I have given before you. Of course I could have given more, but because of the limitation of time I feel I have given 90% of what I felt is going to be relevant for the prelims examination this time. Churn this content, circulate it, go through it again and again, try to ask questions around this, do multiple choice questions on and about all of this. I think this should be sufficient for you to get a sense of how the prelims paper can be taken up. That's going to be the task of us. All the best for your examinations. Today the result has come. I'm sure this is always a motivating day for reinforcing your commitments, and I hope that you achieve what you aspire to, not only in this examination but also in the later endeavors of life. Thank you for making me a participant to this journey. I will see you around. Thanks a lot. Achha, one question about CGI. See, it's a very simple logic, I'll tell you. CGI is also a member of the selection committee which appoints the Lokpal chairperson. Now, a very simple principle of natural justice says that you cannot be a judge in your own case, which applies to the fact that you cannot be a selector in your own case. You see? So, with that very simple logic, and with the history that no current serving CGI has served as a what you can call the what you can call head of Lokpal, we feel that that is slightly grammatically or misplaced over there, because it is impossible to think that a person who's an appointing body is also the appointee body. It's not going to be the case ever. It is a total violation of natural law and justice. And also, as we see the past, there has never been a case since 2013 that a CGI who is serving as a CGI is a head of the Lokpal. So, what to make of the grammar is slightly different than what we take a look at with regard to the reality of the activity. So, in all purposes, I would say it is inconceivable to think that CGI, who's also a member of the committee, can also recommend himself as a member of the what you can call chairperson of the Lokpal, because that would be a very clear conflict of interest in terms of natural justice, right? So, a very simple idea would be a retired CGI is the correct answer in this kind of a conflictic position. All right, thank you, class. I will see you around.